Hello. I totally had everything open the first time, right? Hee But welcome in, welcome in. Thank you so much for first, Waffles, Rye for second, and Meow for third. Hello, welcome in, you guys. Just saying my quick hellos. Hi, Blue. Hello, Wombat. Hey, Arca, how are you? How are you? Welcome in, welcome in. I'm so sorry I didn't end up getting to stream yesterday. I got swamped with work, so I was just like, oh, this is not happening. I'm not in the mood to game. I just wanna sleep and pass out. The overlay and stuff is cool. Yeah, they are done by Hoya over on Twitter. I believe I have him credited over in my Twitch panels. I really keep forgetting to make a command so that I can make sure to give proper credit. But make sure if you are on the Twitch webpage, just check my credits. I have it there for overlay as well as for Stinger. Both of them are made by him. Wombat's in a good mood. Short shift, new video game. Yeah. Ooh, I'm so glad you can catch me then. What's the new video game? What is the new video game? I hope everybody's had a good week. I feel like because I didn't stream yesterday, I feel kind of off for streaming on a Thursday because I don't normally stream on a Thursday. I normally stream Monday, Wednesday, and then probably Fridays. Good evening, Ariel. Thank you for checking in. Oh, right, Dragon's Dogma. Okay, yeah. I've been watching Tuna make their character on Character Creator. It's very interesting seeing the character customizations for the bum. I'm just like, why is it so different for the males and the females? The bums are customized. But yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people play it. I've been seeing Kiri play it. I know Tuna's been extremely excited for it. I unfortunately do not get the hype because I've never played, but it looks fun. I'll probably end up watching Tuna play most of it. Tuna, Kiri, whoever else has been like very into it. Been okay. Got some text support. Oh. Season 2 of In-Laws. Yes. I love Hess and Kayla so much. Oh my goodness. You may even stream later tonight. Ooh. Are you gonna stream on Twitch or are you gonna stream like on Discord to a friend? Whoa. Welcome in, Raiders. Hey, what's up, Soma? What's up? Being exercised. Welcome in, Raiders. Give the Raiders a second. Hello, welcome in, Local Blueberry. Thank you so much for coming in. Hope you enjoy your stay here at the cafe. You have to shower. No worries, Arca. Please take it easy. Oh, my model's doing a funky thing. Okay, I think we're good. Hey yo, what were you playing? Marvel Spider-Man? Ooh. Oh, hold on, my model's doing a funky thing again. We're gonna give it a minute. It happens every I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. I think it's literally just that item scene. I have to fix that. But let me get a shout out. Did I spell that right? Okay, thank God. I was so scared I misspelled that. Hello, new. I'm Guma. Welcome in. Iwari Dokutsu. Hello, welcome in. For those of you that don't know me, hello, my name is Gumari Morimitsu. I am a brown bear VTuber, like to play a variety of games. Current hyperfixations are Monster Hunter World and Persona 3. I pretty much play whatever tickles my fancy. But for the most part, I'm just I stream my backlog of games that I wish to finish playing. But yeah, thank you guys for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay here in the forest. Played a scary game? What was the scary game that you played, Soma? What was it? I want to know. Also, I cannot play scary games for the life of me. I have one that I've been wanting to play, but I'm super nervous. I'm like the absolute biggest baby. Yeah, all of you are just in time. I just started, so if anybody is here to enjoy the stream, to enjoy the story, I am pretty much. I just passed the lovers boss in Persona, so I'm in beginning of May or June. I can't remember my date. I can't remember the date. Which one? All right. Will you hold my hand if I play Outlast 2 on stream? Will you keep me company? There's a game called The Final Pin. Ooh. What kind of scare, like what makes it scary? Is it like jump scare horror? Is it like chase scene horror? You think I can handle that, right? You truly underestimate my fear. especially with chase scenes. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I think I'll still need a little help. Pina! Wow, wait. Pina, you need to screenshot that and send that to Tuna. Good morning, my little fairy who should be asleep at this point. Wasn't really scary, but I enjoyed it because were you having a wow, was he handsome at least? Was he or she handsome? But for any of the raiders who are coming in with Soma, I understand it is a little bit late. I'm not sure. Soma, actually don't know what time zone you are. Are you EST, CST? I forgot last time we played together. You're definitely ahead of me. So if there's any raiders who are still here with Soma, if you gotta go eat, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go sleep, no worries. Please take care of yourself first. I'm gonna be here for a couple hours. I literally just started. Oh, you're PST. Okay. What? Oh, was it Rai who was CST, EST? I feel like it was really late when we were playing it, if we were playing. Rai is also PST? I swear to God. Who was talking as if they were in like a different time zone? Oh, no, we're all up really late. I forget that Jan is just a little gremlin that starts streaming at midnight. I'm a fool. I was just up late that night. Teehee. Pina, how far did you get in Persona? Are you okay to be here? There's no spoilers for you if you're gonna hang around. Bright and early on the other side of the world. Oh yeah. I got no work tomorrow, so I'll play as long as I can tonight. I literally cannot leave my house tomorrow because my housing community is like getting some asphalt work done. So I'm just like, oh, this is fine. I will be a homebody. It's like, oh, PST gang. Oh, I thought we were saying Twitch gang, you know? It's okay. Now it's full PST gang. Arello, good evening. How are you? I hope you're enjoying your vacation. You get to sleep all day? You take it easy today? Saw you in Pina stream earlier. You got a little over halfway of the moon cycle. Okay. Yeah. So like if there's anybody here who does not know Persona 3 or is not here for spoilers, absolutely understandable if you want to dip out or if you want to just lurk. No worries. Again, I'm probably, I can't remember the day anymore. I'm like beginning of June or end of June, but I basically just beat the Hierophant and the Lover's Boss. It's still Twitch gang. Yeah. For real. Yeah, we're gonna hit that summer break, which I'm excited for. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I'm past you for once? Yes, I know. When you were talking about summer break, I was like, oh, okay. Pina passed me, thank God. Yeah, I'm gonna swap over real quick to my game screen. I am not the best at chatting, but I love showing out this overlay, so it is, and we're gonna have it here, you know? Am I taking up too much of the screen? I feel like I'm a little bit... That's fine. You can look at me, I'm pretty. That moon, oh, it was 7/7. Okay. I, for some reason, kept thinking I was still in, June. Also, if I can get some audio checks, hello friends, let me know. Oh, it's me, anyway.
It's you!
Let me know if the audio is a little too low or if it is just fine. Again, I'm still getting like sorted out with my audio. I fumbled with my audio interface and I might be a little low. Okay. I can change that. Is that a little bit better? I have like a physical audio interface now, so I'm just like, oh. Depends how I talk. Oh, sometimes I'm just like not eating my mic, which is the problem. But I can put myself up easily. The opening overtook me. Okay. It's fine. Once we get into the game, it's fine. How are you, BK? Hope you're well. I fixed the ears, so now you guys should only be able to redeem the alt ears on the alt era. You got the paint ready? Oh, thank you. Apologies. I made it cheaper, but that's because now there's a timer on this. Yeah, no worries, Soma. Please enjoy. Do your after stream things. Take care of the game. I did see you on that. I'm so excited. Got a spicy brain tonight. Been in non-verbal. Oh no! I hope you take it easy. I hope it's not too bad today. I hope that you are taking care and just putting yourself in a safe spot. Pina on her way trying to make Fuka and Yukari her girlfriends. Hello? You're home and with the boy. Good. Oh, okay, I'm on 7-8. Perfect. Yeah, I don't remember. So we just came back, I believe, right? From... Oh, I love when I load. Yeah, I believe we... Oh, hello? Game? We good? Okay, game's fine. But I guess... I guess... Yeah, Yukari is popular. You really do need that max Riz. She's like the most popular girl in school. Like literally the first day that you go into school as a transfer student, people are like, hello, walking in with Yukari. Oh, Junpei is so salty. He's so mad! Okay. Junpei, relax. It is a Wednesday night. How is my... Oh my god. There you go. I remember how to press buttons in this game. Rai, how much further have you gone? You got a cool commission for a certain pink man? Ooh, wait, BK, can you share? Can you share? Because funny because we only need a coward to eat her food. Listen, she's doing her best. She is truly doing her best. Oh, okay, literally the day after. Okay, I know we're good to go. I will do my shit. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. It takes me like a good 5 to 10 minutes to figure out my... Took a break because you didn't want to get too much further. Okay. Oh, bro, we're really playing this game side by side? I'm flushed. We are holding hands as we play this game. About the same, little past the after stream on vacation. Okay, I'm so excited to see all of this because again, this is like... it's always the beach episode. Is DM'd. Oh, I have a lot of money. It's okay, I'm still gonna work part-time for that charm and for that courage. Wow, that's chump change compared to how much I've got. Oh! I'm a badass. Caught it here on stream. I don't have to worry. Not like I want to play at the same pace as you, Baka. Oh my god. Right, don't be a soon. Don't be a soon.
Anyway.
You know, our campus is actually pretty clean and new. I only noticed after my club to visit another school. My parents said that our school was rebuilt after an explosion 10 years ago.
By the way,
Getting further and further into the Kirijo deep dive lore backstory for the school. I also heard that the explosion wasn't the only reason. Around that time, a lot of students suddenly stopped coming to school. Maybe that's why they put up the new building, to start with a clean slate.
Huh?
What? You think there's a dark side to Gekkokan High? You watch way too much TV. The dark side, Dark hour? Dark hour? I feel like for Persona, I should just leave. I should leave the alt game on all the time. I don't want to mess with my settings though because of my redeems. They're so silly. What are Duma's current sonas? I'm kind of just using whatever I've been leveling up and picking up at this time. I have to open it up when I can in the menu after this classroom session.
I'm so.
Oh no, wasn't paying attention. Nope. Okay. Anyways.
Yes,
I do really like having Jack Frost, any of the Jack brothers, but I think I use Jack Frost to do something, so right now I do have a Jack-o'-lantern, and I do have Mithras, because I had to for the Persona Fusion. Hi Tato, how's it going? Okay, but my academics is I'm a little stupid. No, I'm sorry. I can Bob Ross is definitely the best soda. Okay, Athena, please get some rest. Take care. I will talk to you more about next week. I'll figure out next week. Are you gonna get a hat like that as a toggle? What hat? What hat? Tao, what? Do I need a dumb hat? Do I need a dumb cone? Is that what it is? Thank you! I tried my best to mimic the, so whenever you, like, talk to people, hold on. Wait, hello? Who are the students? Hold on, I need to talk to somebody that'll pop up a speech. Oh, that'll pop up a... Baby? Where's Baby? Why is there no one here? I tried to mimic the speech bubbles. Let me see. Is somebody here? Is there no one I can talk to? Hello? Okay. Okay. Well, anyways, whenever there's a portrait, I try to mimic that effect. Yes, I did just add a timer on the blueberry because I would basically, people would redeem it and then I would never change it back. And I'm like, I don't like my brown bear look. But yes, I did make it cheaper for that reason though. Next time though, when I start stream with Persona, I will just start. Actually, the only problem is if I go to Blue Bear. I will have to change up some of my little Twitch things. Hold on. Because it's going to bother me if somebody redeems the ears. No one redeemed the ears right now. No one redeemed it yet. I will turn off the other ones and make sure. Okay. There you go. Okay. Because I just want to make sure. Okay. There you go. The samurai hat. Ooh. Okay. Maybe. Yeah, thank you, Tato. Much appreciated. I tried to do so much for Persona 3 because I knew it was a game I was going to be playing for a long time. So I was like, I should try to change it up. Oh, I should have just gone to the other room. I realized it was Wednesday. I should have. I got badass. It's okay. I should have done academics.
Marvelous. I'm looking for. Here are my requests.
Oh, oh wait, perfect. I already have one. Here you go. Take it. What do I get? No claws. Okay. I wish to feel the ocean. Bring something you find from the ocean.
A shame. By all means.
Bring me a Christmas shawl.
If I may.
What's this one? Did I eat dinner gooms? I did. I was craving over rice, so I pretty much just did spam and rice with some ketchup and some scrambled eggies. What do you have today?
By all means. I can. By all means. Oh. I will await a report of success.
Music. Bring a CD associated with Gokuhan High School.
Come to think of it.
Crackers and tuna. I was thinking about tuna the other day, but I was like, I finished up the.
By all means.
The other stuff that I had. Oh, I still have some egg salad. That's what I need to finish. Some toast. Not technically a dinner, more like a late lunch. I hope you're planning on making dinner soon.
It's so bright and colorful.
Or eating something a little bit more.
It's rather blinding.
Defeat a rare shadow in the third block. Create a persona with torrent shot. Okay. Oh. Okay. Well, at least those quests are forever. 20 fusion. Romanis! Hello, welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in. Hi guys, how are you? Oh my goodness. Kobe, the Shade of Creation, welcome in. Saku, welcome in. Fallen Noble, welcome in. Shimigami, Nuki Mara. Hello, welcome in. Hi Neon. Hi Romanis. Stell, how are you guys? Welcome in, you guys. Hold on, let me get a shout out real quick to Romanis. I'm gonna get shout outs bit by bit to Romanis, Saku, and to Stell, the sisters. How are you guys? What were you doing? Copy and paste this if you're so. Oops. What were we playing? Oh, art. Were you doing some art? Were you doing some rigging on your game artwork? Ooh. Are you guys working on something original right now? For any of the raiders who are coming in, hello, welcome in. My name is Gumari. I am normally a brown bear VTuber. I'm using my alt form today for Persona. I got a match. But I like to play a variety of games. My current hyperfixations is Persona 3 and Monster Hunter World. I'm pretty much just kind of going through my backlog of games. That's what I do for stream. Yeah, lots of characters to draw. Ooh, are you planning on making what kind of game is it supposed to be? What kind of game? Also, thank you so much, Shimigami and Kobe, the Shade of Creation, for following. Scovo. Oi. Yeah, it's nice to see you again, Fallen. Nice to see you. This is also one of my favorite games. Farming simulator. We're making a farming sim that is focused on story and progress. Ooh, that's cute. Have a good lurk, Scovo. Please enjoy. Oh, that's exciting. Are you planning on doing it through like RPG Maker? Are you planning on doing it through like, I don't know, like are you guys just making it from scratch? I don't know how game making. I don't know how it is developing games. I just know it's a lot of work.
Very well then.
Oh, also for any of the raiders who are coming in, if you gotta go eat, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go sleep. No worries. Just take care of yourself first. I'll be here for a little bit. I did just start, so I'll be here for a good couple hours.
I shall be waiting.
Did I already have some?
Are you accepting a request?
Oh wait, or can I go out with her?
I've been waiting for you.
I've been waiting for you to ask. Shall we be on our way? Oh my goodness. Ah! Thank you so much for catching that. I keep forgetting whenever I switch over I will switch that over to Persona 3 now. I literally posted this GIF unintentionally, not thinking about it, and we just had to see this. Much appreciated.
Flowing stairs that pose an obstacle to those who dare to reach another floor. So, this is an escalator.
I love Elizabeth. She's girl failure, and I love her to bits. Game Maker Studio 2 doing all the coding and Rose doing. Ooh, but all of you guys are putting in effort for the art, right? Are you planning on getting anybody for like stuff? That's really cool though that you guys get to like work on most of it on your own. I feel.
A simple contraption at first glance, but one false step will leave one mired in an exhausting ordeal.
To all customers, for your own safety and the safety of others, please do not move in the opposite direction of the escalators. Thank you.
She's so silly.
Oh my! It seems that these customers may come to harm. We'd best exercise caution ourselves.
She's so silly. Still debating a lot of things. We have missed the question sense. Well, good luck. Oh my gosh. I have to I have to catch your bot and see what you guys have done. I'm very excited though. I always love the art and the rigs that you guys end up streaming. This time. Yeah.
And what is this? Please watch your step. There is a pitfall just ahead.
A pitfall? Oh.
Why, it's right
manhole.
over here. There, in the center of this fenced-off area.
Saw you streaming Persona. Yeah, we've talked about Persona before, right? I'm pretty sure we have. Yeah, thank you so much for bringing your community over. It's always nice to catch you guys. I'm finally a little bit less busy and a little bit more online, so I'm slowly but surely catching up to like all the streams that I've been wanting to linger in and work. So, yeah, it's nice to see you. Thank you for stopping by.
It's marked with eye-catching signs proclaiming in bold print, "Do not enter." Humans are frequently drawn to what has been forbidden. This is a crafty snare, one that defies the common notion that pitfalls must be hidden. Flowing stairways, pitfalls employing high-level psychological tactics. Human authorities truly go to great lengths in their quest to preserve the town's law and order. I'm very moved by their dedication to the cause. Let us carry on. Our thoughts with the unsung
Elizabeth
heroes
takes
who
everything
give their
so
love
seriously.
and
Cracks
lives to
me
this
up.
town.
Oh,
Oh.
a bit of wild duck burger over there.
This tantalizing fragrance. Can it be?
Whoa!
I just gave you
Think
chilled
you're our secret ingredient
takoyaki.
with just a whiff? I guess you got a funky sense of smell to go with your funky sense of style, lady. Well, there ain't a law saying takoyaki shops can't cook other stuff besides octopus. So, how about it? Wanna buy some? I swear my takoyaki's so good it'll make your jaw drop.
Cuisine so scrumptious that one's jaw can drop off? I imagine that would warrant urgent medical care, realistically speaking.
Truly
But I
takes
would very
everything
much
so
like a
literally.
taste. Unfortunately, this is all I have on me at the moment. I do hope this is sufficient.
How much money does she have? She gave up so much money over at the fountain last time she made wishes. How much is she trying to buy now? I haven't had octopus in a long time. I know. I have been debating about buying a takoyaki maker for like the past 2 weeks because everything I've been watching lately has just been like takoyaki, 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 and I'm just like, is this a sign? Do I need to get a takoyaki appliance for home? Yeah, I cannot believe even the takoyaki shop lady sounds great. But is she wearing eyeshadow? It's so silly. It's so hard to see. Igor needs to cut her allowance for sure. Do it? Okay. I'm just trying to debate because, like, I don't think I'll always make takoyaki, but I can make dessert stuff too, you know, with batter. I can always make little, like, pancake balls. I thought. I'll think about it. I listen. I need to find
I have
my
yet to see
waffle
someone who has
iron
actually
still that I
lost their job.
can't remember where I
That
put.
must mean that the ordinary citizen cannot easily afford these. Oh, upon closer inspection, a single serving is only 400 yen. Oh, well then, 2 orders of your 5.
I'm so glad she was
please.
thinking about how much she was spending this time.
Thanks. Here you go. And come again.
Also, hello, she's treating us to takoyaki.
This distinct texture, the firm, chewy skin, there's no doubt about it. I must say, I'm surprised to see this used as a cooking ingredient.
See what?
The human mind. It is cursed to forever retain whatever knowledge
Oh,
it gains,
wait.
whether good or ill. Forgive my reticence, but some questions are better left unanswered.
Is she talking about the I understand. She's definitely seen too much anime for this.
There appear to be several dining establishments around here. We must
I
simply
cannot
visit
believe.
all of them.
Obsessed with noodles, so you got a noodle maker? Ooh. I feel like noodles is a bit more effort than takoyaki. Or it could be about the same. I'm not sure. Kind of feels the same.
My first priority is to go to something called a net cafe, where one may use something called a soda fountain. This apparatus allows for an infinite combination of
I
flavors
see Elizabeth
by
as the type to
mixing
just
various
literally
solutions.
like run her cup through every soda. Sounds like you when you first went to Japan.
Just thinking about it gives me a sort of electric tingle across my tongue.
I'll never forget the first time I went on a trip to Japan, and I got takoyaki over in Odaiba, over like a really, really good, like popular takoyaki spot. I burned my entire tongue, and I could not taste anything for like 3 days. I was so upset.
I see.
She would be a menace. She would absolutely be a menace. I'm sure all the workers would be like,
My. Oh, my.
Bean, hi Bean. How are
Oh,
you?
How intriguing.
You're so silly.
We appear to have exhausted every dining option in this area. Oh dear, is something the matter? Now that I think about it, you haven't eaten much since our 7th meal.
Elizabeth?
In any event, I must thank you for your
Did we just eat
delightful
everything here at the strip
I shall
mall?
certainly savor this experience.
There are only like 7 different
If you
places to
don't
eat here.
mind, I'd very much appreciate it if you were to escort me again sometime.
Oh my god. I'm so happy to be seeing these interactions with Elizabeth, considering I had only done Femme Protag and I got to see Leo. How many meals? 7 meals, I assume. Or 6, because I stopped eating after the 7th. You're existing, trying to work well. It's like, no, I hope you can take it easy, Bean. Oh, do I have another thing?
Are you accepting a request? Let's hear the results.
Oh, okay, this is for
Marvelous.
going out together, okay. What do I get? Book of the Ancients, okay. I can now use, excuse me, thought? You went to the sleeping pods in the Nest Cafe? Ooh, okay, I hear though that like sleeping pod, like, is it like a capsule pod?
Very well then.
I hear that though, they're not very comfortable. Or is that the one where you're sitting upright in like the quote-unquote perfect position for sleeping? Oh, I didn't want to talk to him. Okay. I'm probably gonna do the same thing I did last time. Oh wait, can I even go to Tartarus tonight? Can you even go to Tartarus? Oh, nobody did Tartarus. I assume nobody is back. I guess I'll get smart. White frilly dress. It's awkward, has a layout where you're standing. I think I've seen Connor, Sea-Dog VA, talk about those. Have a good alert, waffles, please enjoy. I feel like I've seen him talk about that and how it was like once you get to the right spot, it's not worth going to Tartarus. Yeah, it looks like nobody went to Tartarus, so I will simply eat smart food. You waited until after? Okay. I haven't announced anybody else. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I might as well. Okay, I will. Decent content I went to a lot. Yeah, nice. I love his videos. Very, very fun. I genuinely really enjoy Connor's content. Don't even think the new doors open up? Oh yeah, probably not. Oh. I got so used to playing Monster Hunter, so I'm constantly trying to press left trigger to run instead of R2. That's the thing, right? I saw a little quest marker. How goes the tartar sauce during the witching hour? It's going, it's going. How are you, Raph? How are you? How are you? I got this just for you. We are just about to hit the summer vacation arc, you know, the classic beach episode in every anime. So I'm excited. I always love the beach episodes and things. Was that it? That's all you get? That's all I gotta give? Okay. Taking a light break. GTA! Oh my god, I haven't heard that game in so long. How far are you now in Endwalker? Oh, 7. Oh, I realize it's the afternoon. That's why I can't go to Tartarus. I'm cool. Playing your old PC file on. Okay. It's okay. Enjoy Endwalker at your pace. It took me like a good half a year to finally continue on. From when it first came out. Plus, the cutscenes are very long, so absolutely valid if you want to take time. I'm cool. I should just eat. It's okay.
Oh, it's you.
There's still some time until the next full moon. And while I wish I could tell you to take it slow, mine will start next Monday, so I'd like you to take care for your health, concentrate on your studies. Oh yeah, it's time to study. Just kidding. We're studying with Senpai. Yes, a whole new scene. I'm so excited for that. Still need to play 14, but I've been playing a lot of. Oh, what is BNS? What is BNS? Also, I frequently play 14, so I would encourage you to play 14.
Yo.
I came down to get a drink, got caught by mixing tea. Oh my god. Hi, Aru. Hello, Aru. How are you? I hope you're enjoying your holiday. Blade and Soul. Blade and Soul. I've never played that, nor have I ever heard of it, actually, to be quite honest with you. Because my boyfriend, I got, your boyfriend's doing well. They're doing well. I'm just about to get into a study session with Akihiko.
Look.
I'm not worried about Akihiko's grades. I'm more worried that I'll run off and do some practice training. That's valid. And studying has the added benefit of preventing that possibility. So, here we are. Even though I'm mostly done studying for the exams.
In that case,
then why don't you overlook Yuki's studies? That is, if he is able to join us, I'm joining because my senpai
I
is
see.
Oh, Arya, you can't. There we go. There we go. All right, sit down. I'll be your study coach.
I was hoping to go for another run after rehydrating.
I believe you've done enough physical activity for one day. Any more and you'll hurt yourself.
Fine. So, were there any subjects you needed help with?
I forgot to save. What would he fumble up? Would he fumble up math, Japanese, or English? Rewind, baby. I know. I'm gonna rewind. How many hands? You just enough hands to hold all of our hands. Okay. Let's put math. Let's put math on this brain. Oh.
Nothing beats using them in practice problems. Are you concerned about getting bored and losing focus? In that case, try a quick workout between problems. The brain perks up once you get the circulation flowing. Not to mention, looking forward to your next workout is a great way to stay motivated. In any case, I advise having a good workout ready to treat yourself with after a study session. It all comes down to making it a regular habit. Just a little each day really adds up.
I wasn't going to say anything, but Akihiko, working out isn't normally a reward for most people. On top of that, what good does it do to preach about long-term habits mere days before the exam?
I guess you have a point. In that case, how would you recommend cramming for it?
It's not my usual style, but I would focus on memorizing material that is likely to be tested. If you give it your all, it shouldn't be too difficult. Easier than facing the enemy wholly unprepared, at least.
Well, we can talk all night, but doing is where the magic happens. Here, let me give you some practice problems.
Oh, is he actually gonna give me practice problems? Oh, he actually gave me practice problems. How is he so smart but also so dumb? Truly, truly.
You catch on quick. You immediately took what you learned and put it into practice. All you need now is some strength training and you'll be unstoppable. Once the exams are over,
head in
why don't we
hands
dive
over
into
this
Tartarus
man.
for a bit and get some workouts in?
You never change. I'll need to continue keeping an eye on you to make sure you don't overdo it.
The more you study and the more you train, the better results you'll get. I look forward to seeing what you'll accomplish from here on.
I freaking love him so much.
Let's call it here for today. I want to get some stretches in before heading to bed.
Aru, I told you he's just like you. He's just like you for real, for real. Also, hold on. Does he give different responses per subject? I need to know.
Let's get on with today's lesson.
Okay, hold on. Nope. Don't care about your philosophy, Mr. Edagawa.
Okay.
Oh. Yep. Kabbalah. Get me out of here. Okay, Grimoire? You also chose math? Okay. I want to see if he says anything different. Let me save and then rewind. I just want to know. I want to know. I gotta know. I legit for the few weeks I went to this college, go to class and immediately work out after it. He is truly just you for real, for real. Okay, I want to see. So he just talked about working out.
Yo.
I'm sure he's still gonna talk about working out, but I wonder if he's gonna give like a different exercise.
In that
I see.
Let's do Japanese. Oh, okay.
That's why I reward myself with workout reps based on the number of new kanji I've learned. The more you study, the stronger you'll get. Pretty motivating, huh? In any case, I advise having a good workout.
He
where you
says the
treat
same
yourself
thing.
with. It all comes.
I was on top.
It's always a reward. It's always a reward.
All
You
you
need
need
some
now
noodles
is
to
some
eat?
strength training, and you'll be unstoppable. Once the exams are over, why don't we dive into Tartarus for a bit and
Wait,
get
is
some
this different?
workouts in?
Never.
Yeah, okay, this is the same. This is the same. What kind of noodles though, Rai? What'd you make? What'd you make? Did you make mi goreng?
Let's get on with today's
Or
lesson.
did you do udon? Ramen? You know what kind? Alright. I finally finished the box of mi goreng that I had bought from when I first moved in. Kind of recently? Like sometime like last month. It's like, wow. That 6-pack of 5 really lasted me months. I actually need to go buy another box. Right? I didn't think I would. I think I spread it out pretty well. I think I spread it out pretty well. Okay, does he really just say the same thing for every subject? Does it not matter? No! Did you cook your egg through? I can't believe this.
Yo.
You just slandered your mi goreng this way.
In that case,
I see.
I took a picture of my dinner, but I forgot to post
was
it over on the
hoping to go
Discord. Hold on. What does he do for vocab?
I increase the number of reps in my workout by the number of new words I've committed to memory. The more you learn, the further you can push your limits. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, as they say. In any case, I advise having a good.
Okay,
it
so
all
he only
comes down to
changes
making it a regular.
one line.
I was on top.
Yeah.
I guess you have.
Okay, yeah.
It's-
So he
if you
does
give-
seem to only change the one line after. Unfortunate. I'll leave this one. It's cute. I like 2 birds, 1 stone. Bro shouldn't be increasing his reps. He needs to do less reps, more strength. He's just a big fat muscle head. He doesn't. He just wants to work out.
Let's get on with today's lesson.
Okay. Now I can officially continue on. What did people do? Theater. Ramen, coffee. I still feel like I need to work on my studies. Is there any social links I can work on? Oh, yes. Screw your studies, it's chess day. But Aru, I'm only smart. I'm a badass in courage. But I want to be a genius. How am I gonna date the girl of my dreams if I'm just smart? I'm gonna nurse this cat to health. Maybe the cat will feel even better if I come back and eat it again tomorrow. Okay, perfect. Where do you work out? The library? Yeah, I don't have a lot of S-Link. I don't have a lot of social link stuff to do, so I'm probably just gonna I was not expecting that voice. Hello? Who said that? Hello, I know! Welcome in, Raiders! Oh no, Art, I'm so sorry. Thank you. It's okay. The exclamation point one will be done automatically. My mix-it-up's got it. It's okay. The quiet shoutout is just enough. Aina, how are you doing? Welcome in. Long time no see. Long time no see. Welcome in, Raiders, or those of you coming in with Aina's community. Hello, my name is Kumari Morimitsu. I am normally a brown bear VTuber. Hold on, I can do it. I'm a brown bear VTuber. But I like to play a variety of games. My current brain rot is a Monster Hunter World and Persona 3. I'm pretty much just covering my backlog of games that I wish to stream. Helps keep me accountable in finishing them. But how was Legend of Zelda? I hope you had a good stream. Any Raiders who were coming in, I know it's a bit late on Aina's end, but if you gotta go eat, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go sleep, no worries. Please take care of yourself first. I will be here for the next couple of hours. You decide to lurk or stick around, I greatly appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy your time. Didn't accomplish much, but you beat another. Oh, nice! How far are you in the game? Because I don't think I'm not finished with the game. I have not beat any of the Divine Beasts. It's been a time. Is work done, Wombat? Is it time? Would say that's an accomplishment. Yeah. You beat a boss, basically. No big deal, just got done killing a god. Oh, perfect. Okay. I am no longer just smart. I am intelligent. Almost had a beat but restarted for stream purposes? What? Wait, what do you mean you had to restart it for stream purposes? Study session. Junpei, no, you fool. Goodbye, Junpei. I get to study with Fuka too? I'm gonna save this time because I'm smart. I'm intelligent even. 33 minutes ago. Nice. Okay. I can't wait for you to get out of work so bad. Oh, you wanted to stream it, so you decided to say no. At that point, I feel like I don't know if you play via capture card on a monitor, but honestly, at that point, I would have just been recording. I would have just been like, here's my proof I almost beat it. You'd beaten all the beasts and had the Master Sword. Oh, man. Oh, do I have to be on the other side to talk about?
Huh?
Oh, perfect.
Oh.
I didn't realize it was Fuka who gives us the Ponsetia. Of course, this is you during study session, Rai. Okay, nice. Can I? There we go. Now, you just gotta make sure you're always streaming that game, Aina, or so that you don't have to restart ever. Should have been down in front of my comment. Right. You just gaslight chat. Be like, yeah, it came like this. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Fuka, your notes look so trendy. I kind of wasn't expecting
What does that mean, Yukari? Does it look neat? Does it look nice? Also, Aina, to your raiders and to you, if you gotta go do your post-stream stuff, no worries. I'll be here for a little bit. I understand if you have to dip out, you gotta go take care of your own stuff. Appreciate you coming in and sharing your community as always. It's fine though, you get to see the big fish man again! You're right. That's just the best thing. Yeah. I love Persona 3. Persona 3 is my favorite Persona game from the series. I've actually played Portable, so I'm excited to finally be playing like the vanilla version because I never played Makoto's route. I never played the vanilla version. I only played the route. Yeah! Oh my god, I feel like everybody that I know that I've been chatting with about this game have been like, yeah, I started the FemC route, and I was like, yes, the best. Aina, I shake your hand! I shake your hand! Akihiko is the love of my life. I always want to smooch him. This game, Reload did him so well. I'm so happy by all the updated art. He's perfect. He's just perfect. Combat continues to vibe. Ooh, yeah, honestly, this soundtrack is so good. Welcome back, Arca. Hope you had a good shower. You missed Liam's voice though. Okay, but okay. Wait, are you playing Reload right now, Aina? Or is that what you're playing on the hubby's Vita? No! I love Alejandro's songs. I actually really enjoy how gruff he's been doing the voice for Akihiko. But Liam is Kurosawa, the police officer. I don't know if you know that, but they brought back a lot of the old VAs for this game, and they're playing other characters. Yeah. So I thought it was super silly that like they had Akihiko introduce you to the police officer, and I was like, this is just voice actor Inception. Yeah, I can understand not liking it. I think it did take me a minute to get used to Alejandro's voice, but I do really enjoy the way he is voicing Akihiko this game. And I'm really excited for when we get to like Akihiko's backstory. Yeah, honestly, the voice actors in this game did spectacular. Like, even all the side characters that get voices have been so fun. Aw, I'm sorry about that, Aina. That's fair and valid, though. I understand that. Also, I forgot that there was an ad happening. I'm gonna let that ad play for a minute. I will just sit here so that no one misses out. I will continue chatting if there's anybody to chat with. But yeah. I get it. I completely forgot to skip that ad. Looks at you. Hi, Rai. I don't want anybody who's stuck in the ad to miss this beautiful, beautiful girls' study night. Also, let me actually get. Let me. I don't remember if I got Aina a. Oh wait, yeah. I think Aru got the shout out. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Come here often, bro.
Oh no, these are Natsuki-chan's notes.
I'm glad the voice performances are good though. Maybe I'll give it a shot, just not think about them. Yeah. It's unfortunate. I mean, I think that everybody could have different opinions. I don't think Alejandro per se is like a very bad person. Again, I do enjoy a lot of his voiceover work. I do enjoy, what is it? Him as a VTuber as well. But I understand it being tainted. He's not like, you know, the world's criminal, so I'm just kind of like, it's okay. Because I do know there are voice actors that have done bad stuff that I'm like, I would just not support at all. Yeah, you would have skipped, but I was downing noodles. No worries. If you feel like you need to skip any ads, let me know. I think I'll usually be able to see when those ads are skipped. But hopefully it doesn't get skipped too. We don't get ads at like really bad moments. I hope during a cutscene at least for sure I'll have those ads, the skips for those. Natsuki. Oh, Natsuki's the blonde girl, right? Originally the one who bullied Fuka. Oh no, is the ad a horror movie? I'm so sorry to any of the people who are watching the ads. Yeah, at least you know when the big plot points are. Also, you're ahead of me, so it helps. Okay, there we go. Welcome back to any of the people who were stuck in the ads. I didn't do anything. I wanted to make sure nobody missed anything. Yeah, no. I hate that horror trailers are part of ads. I hate horror movies. And I wish you could say not interested in this ad or give me another ad at the very least. It's really frustrating and very unfortunate for people who also like me don't like horror stuff. Yeah, like sometimes on YouTube too. I get like the scariest ads and I'm like, I did not want to know about this movie. I didn't need to know this.
She let me borrow them since I was out trapped in Tartarus.
Oh,
Sure
I
is.
understand why the notes are trendy. They're probably really cute and colorful. I see.
That said, there's actually quite a bit missing from these notes.
Oh, you're right. This part just has the equation and no answer, and this page is full of doodles.
Yeah, no worries, I know. Please have a good night. Thank you again so much for stopping by. It's nice to see you. Take care. I love that these notes are just literally like, you take the cutest notes but there's no substance to them. They don't actually mean anything, they're just pretty. Which lass have I chosen? I am going to do Mitsuru. Mitsuru is the choice. I'm always a big fan of the senpais.
And this part, is that a drool stain? Hey, it may not be the best study material, but it's the thought that counts, right?
I've been trying to think of a way to return the favor.
Oh. I guess fill in the blanks.
Huh? Oh, are you saying I should fill in any part she missed in her notes before giving them back? That sounds like a great idea. But it's going to be a lot of material.
Oh god, she didn't
Wonder if
do
I can finish it all.
anything.
Then we'll help you out. It'll be a good review for us, too.
Thanks, you two.
Okay, at least we get to all review
Here,
together.
let me see those notes.
Full harem run, I
Oh.
wish. That'd be a dream come true. Because all the girls in this game are so lovely.
All done. It looks wonderful.
Natsuki-chan's in for a real surprise when she sees this.
I hope she likes
Sure
it.
she will. I couldn't have done it without your help. Thanks, you two.
Well, it certainly helped us study too, right?
I'll make sure to give Natsuki-chan the notes back tomorrow. Good night.
Wombat, are you excited for the DLC? I'm excited. I'm literally so excited for the new opening that's going to come with the DLC as well as the new battle track. Okay, Junpei. So exams are coming up pretty soon. Have you been studying? Oh yeah? Well, not that it's any of my business. Junpei, stop being an asshole! I swear. Oh my god, okay. More history. You can already pre-download it? It's not gonna be out until September though. Right? September? Is Jimmy being a massive dick? Yes, unfortunately. He's in his emo arc. Oh, how about Ooh, okay. That's good to know. That's good to know. I'm about to. Thankfully, I get paid tomorrow. He said that. Honestly, though, I love Persona 3 music so much. Xbox has a DLC pass? Oh, okay. I didn't know you could do that though. Have you even used the current DLC music? I have. I've listened to some of it. I haven't been wanting to listen to everything though, because I want to see it in game. I could probably just play all of it, since I'm not really gonna like pay attention to it, you know? But like with the, is it for the Xbox DLC pass? Is it just like a separate thing, or is it part of the Game Pass? How do I listen to my music? Honestly, okay, I'm waiting for Atlas to throw up the soundtrack on Spotify. I usually use Spotify for all of my things. The alternate battle tracks? Oh, okay, yeah, no. I have not listened to all of it. A text from Akiko-senpai? You use iTunes and buy each. Oh. Okay, that's the thing I like about iTunes. When you do buy the tracks, you can export it onto a USB at the very least. Like you do get the file, which is really nice. I was very frustrated that getting the, so I paid for the premium edition for this digitally on Steam, and I'm very frustrated that I cannot save the high quality pictures of the art book, which is understandable because people they don't want it to be shared like open access on the internet. But the music at the very least, I wish I had that to put onto a CD. I've had a physical copy for almost every single game except this one because I don't really have the money to spend on like multiple things. And it makes me sad, but I do actually like having the physical copies because I usually put them in my car. I need to, I think, what is it? Rye, you said you were going to give it to me on a USB, right? I think. But OC drops in April. Ooh, okay, that's good to know. We also get the Shadow of the Earth soon-ish. Ooh. Elden Ring's also got some really good music, what I've listened to. Yeah, please transfer it.
I'm looking forward to
I
it.
need to have it physical. Me about to burn CDs again, just so I
Here
can
are
have a
my
track for my car.
Wonderful. Very.
Jack's gloves! Is that better for Akiko?
Very well.
Oh, it is. High charm, of course. If these gloves are so cute. Okay. Do I need to stock up on anything? They never have SP items though in here, so I don't think it's really worth it.
There's a sale today. Buy whatever you need.
Oh, let me
Which
get
ones?
I guess more of these. I think I just need some
Thanks for coming. You got everything you need? You got everything you need? Come again, yeah?
Station. Get that cat some food. Wait, what did it say? The light in its eyes has returned. Maybe the cat will feel even better if I come back and feed it again tomorrow. I completely forgot what this cat does. I cry, but I'm just gonna keep feeding it. It needs to have a good, long, healthy life. Let's see. Will I grow? I forget. I could just look at the thing. No. Okay. Well. Should I hang out? Even though I won't get anything. Something to use skills. This is just fortune, right? You know what? I'm just gonna draw fortune. I might as well. Oh, the cat? The cat eats, yes. Fair luck. Money may also be in your future. Nice! Perfect. Paid back my fortune.
And that's the summary of what happened on the night of the 7th.
Whoa.
These shadows seem to be quite a bit more formidable than the ordinary ones.
I see. So our enemies are growing stronger as well.
I didn't know you could also make back money from the fortune, so that's great. I didn't lose anything.
Well, it's not all bad news. In fact, I called today's meeting because...
Hold on. Before we go on, I'd like to ask Kirijo-senpai something.
Oh?
I know I'm not the only one thinking this. So much has been happening lately. I feel like I've just been getting dragged along without really understanding anything. But now, I want answers. So I'm gonna ask you straight out. You've been hiding something from us, haven't you, Senpai? You're always acting like you don't know anything about the Dark Hour or Tartarus. But they're connected to that accident 10 years ago, aren't they?
What accident?
Oh my god, Junpei.
Yukari-chan? There was an explosion near our school and a lot of people died. It must have been big news back then. You know about it, don't you?
Yes.
Luckily, no students were injured. But something is off here.
Make sure that... Oh yeah. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Kiri. How are you? Welcome in, welcome in. Get a quick little quiet shout out for Kiri. Dragon Age. Are you excited for Dragon's Dogma? Wait, hold on. I'm missing an S in your name. There we go. If you guys don't know Kiri, please go check her out. Very cute. What? Okay, Kiri, I keep forgetting to ask you, what are you? Are you a Martian? Are you an alien? I don't think I've ever asked that before. But I hope you had a good stream. How was your stream? And my night is going really well. I am just getting into some more Persona story. We're just about to hit our summer vacation. You're a gremlin. Okay. You're a space gremlin. Okay, so if you guys don't know Kiri's a space gremlin. Also part of the Tama clan. Please go check her out. For any of Kiri's community, if you're any of the welcome to Raiders, by the way. Oh my god, I was a little focused in on that scene. But welcome in. For those of you that are coming in, my name is Gumari Morimitsu. I am normally a brown bear VTuber, but for today's stream, I'm in my alt form so that I can match the game and the overlay. I like to play a variety of games. My current brain rot is Persona 3 and Monster Hunter World. So I do like to play with open lobbies. Always welcome to join if I'm ever streaming it. But I understand it might be a little late for any of the raiders who are coming in, so you gotta go eat, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go sleep. No worries. Please take care of yourself first. But yeah, if you decide to hang around, I hope you enjoy my company. Just going through some story, so I can get a little quiet at times. It'll be cozy, I hope. This is the form I'm gonna get used to, isn't it? For Persona nights, yes. I do use both my models equally though. I believe did I leave the alt redeem there? Okay, I will probably take off, I will pause the alt redeem for a moment because I am using this one so that it does not change. I'm a fool. Let me change that real quick. I'm sorry, you guys. I love handling stuff on stream. But yeah,
At the time of the incident, there were several unexplained absences.
I did not mean to press onto the screen. But I moved down my Persona streams to once a week, so it's not gonna be 2 to 3 times a week like before. We're making slow progress. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream. Did you make a lot of progress in Dragon Age?
Seems like more than just a coincidence to me.
What do you mean?
Well, I dug up some old school records and found something interesting. Those students weren't just absent. They all suddenly collapsed and had to be sent to the hospital. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Remember those girls who bullied Fuka? They had to be hospitalized too. I want an explanation. What really happened on the day of that accident? The Kirijo group built our school, so you have to know something.
You'd say so. Good, good. I hope you had a good time at least. I understand if you also need to go hydrate, go eat, go take care of your post-stream stuff. No worries, no worries. Again, I will be here for a couple hours. And I really appreciate you seeing you around and stopping by again.
Tell me the truth.
I wasn't trying to hide anything from you, it just never seemed relevant. But...
It's okay. It's not your fault.
Ikutsuki, I hate you.
Everything.
You're so weird.
Shadows have many mysterious abilities.
Thank you.
Some research indicates they can even affect time and space. We think of them as our enemies, but what if we could somehow use them to our advantage? They could be a source of unimaginable power, couldn't they?
Ikutsuki cringed.
What?
Really so cringe.
14 years ago, one man pursued that very line of thinking. He was the former leader of the Kirijo group, Koetsu Kirijo, my grandfather.
Oh, do we get a scene? Oh, we get a scene.
My grandfather was obsessed with the shadows.
Ooh.
He wanted to harness their power to create something extraordinary.
Create something extraordinary?
To that end, he assembled a research team and had them amass a number of shadows.
He was collecting them? Damn, that's freaking crazy.
But 10 years ago, during the final stages of the project, there was an accident, and the experiment failed. They lost control of the Shadow's power, altering the nature of the entire world.
You can't mean...
Yes, Tartarus and the Dark Hour.
Big reveal.
According to the records, the accumulated mass of shadows split into several large ones that later dispersed. These are the shadows we've been encountering on nights when the moon is full.
Maybe that's why it's difficult to predict where they'll appear.
Wait a minute. If what you said is true, then why did our school turn into Tartarus? Don't tell me. Is it because that's where they conducted the experiment?
Have a good luck, Kiri.
Yes.
Take care, take care.
Then those students who were hospitalized.
It's just as you fear. It was a highly populated area, and the Kirijo group had influence there. They could essentially do as they pleased. Port Island must have been the perfect location for them. So yes, as you guessed, the experiment 10 years ago was conducted at Gekkokan High School.
World's first failed experiment. Worst failed. Yeah, absolute worst.
Just what are you trying to say here? So that's the whole purpose behind C's? We were dragged into all this just to clean up their mess?
Honestly, if there could be an experiment to give me multiple extra hours in a day, I would love that, but not this kind of hour.
You lied to us? And you knew too, didn't you, Sanada-senpai? You've both just been using us! Or do you not care as long as you're the one who gets to do the fighting?
I never said anything like that. I have my reasons.
Think what you'd like, but it was my decision not to share the information. I'm sorry. It was never my intent to deceive you. Convincing you to join C's was my highest priority. I know it may not be fair, but shadows can only be defeated by persona users. We are the only ones who can fight.
That's hardly the point!
I never had a choice either. It didn't matter if I wanted this power or not.
Mitsuru, that's enough.
Takeba-kun, it's only those in the past who are to blame. And they lost their lives as a result of what they did. We're all in the same boat here.
Shut up,
None
sir.
of us deserve the burden that's been thrust upon us.
You can add an extra hour, but you could die during it. Yeah, she really should have said something. Trying to remember. I mean, it's kind of hard. How do you tell somebody like, "Hey, we fucked up"? Well, actually, you could just say, "Hey, we fucked up. Can you help us out? You're the only one who can do this. You're the only one I can depend on."
But that's...
I would have said yes.
It's been 10 years since the incident in question. No one knows why those shadows suddenly returned. But now that they're here, we have the chance
Yeah,
to find
he doesn't even
and
fight with us.
destroy them.
He's just
Do
an
you realize
asshole that
what
sits out on the
means?
sidelines.
What if I told you that the 12 shadows are
Shut
the cause
up.
of everything?
Shut your mouth.
You're saying if we defeat them all, Tartarus and the Dark Hour will disappear?
Exactly. That's what I was going to tell you earlier. See?
I'm rolling my
it's good
eyes at
news,
you.
isn't it?
Can that really be true?
There's evidence to support it. And this is where our true battle begins.
Cheh.
Our true battle.
I hate this man with a passion.
Regardless of what's happened in the past, we must fight to protect the people. The shadows are gaining strength. We can't afford to wait for them to strike first.
Right.
And there are still many
Hi,
mysteries
Doc. Thank you for the
surrounding
lure.
Tartarus.
Hope you enjoy.
For instance, why did such a gigantic structure appear in the first place? The answers must be out there somewhere.
I must protect everyone. 6 of them remain. But first, we're gonna have a beach episode. Can we study? Oh, no studying tonight. No studying tonight.
Let's see.
Not able to use my persona anymore. Oh my gosh. Jupe.
Hey.
The wait is over. Let's see. Anybody in here? Oh, that was the command room. Okay. I'm just gonna... I guess I'll go here. Exams are supposed to be on Monday, so I will continue to eat my smart food. And then I will worry about Tartarus a little later. Probably, I wonder if I can worry about Tartarus when I get more closer to the missing persons for the month. Got any PC CDs? Oh yeah. I don't know if I have one for academics though. I always forget about the PC CDs. Oh, I should have at least checked the website because I have those links. Cheh.
Lounging about as usual, huh?
Hugh, what do you want? If you're gonna ask me to go back, the answer's still no.
That's not why I'm here. I was just making sure you were still around.
That's so.
We've known each other a long time. It's been almost 14 years since we met at the orphanage. You, me, and Miki. We used to run around here until the sun went down. Back then, it seemed like we had all the time in the world.
You haven't changed one bit. If you want to get all sappy, go do it with your other pals.
What was that?
It's rare for you to think about the past. Usually, you just charge ahead like a damn fool. You've never been good at hiding shit.
Everyone thinks about the past. Even me.
Well.
We finally know how to get rid of Tartarus and the Dark Hour.
No shit?
Yeah. The thing is, All I've cared about until now is getting stronger.
IG, thank you for the cat ears.
Everything else came second. But yesterday, someone made me question my reason for fighting.
Your reason for fighting? Huh. It's different for everyone. But if you don't have a good one, you can always quit. That's what I did.
I'm not like you. Man, I can't believe I'm the one getting lectured here. Well, see you around.
I'm always here for the interaction, for the Akihiko
really
side of the
haven't changed at
interaction. Tea time! How are you, G?
Yes?
How's it going? How's it going?
Can I talk to you for a moment?
Oh, that was really weird hearing her only on the right side of my headset.
Senpai, this is unusual. Please, come in.
So not only do you excel at providing support during battle, you are also quite skilled at gathering information.
Oh, I'm sorry for doing that without permission.
Don't worry, you're not in trouble. But I do have an important favor to ask of you. I want you to
She
find
does have
out
a lot
as
of flowers,
much as
doesn't
you
she?
can about that
She's a really
incident
pretty
10
room,
years
though.
ago.
Oh, well, very little of that was made public.
I know. That's why I want you to access the Kiricho Group's database.
You mean
Hacker time.
hack into their system? Is that allowed?
I'll give you my ID and password. Then you won't be held accountable. But I need to know the truth. In detail.
Senpai.
Of course, I'll understand if you refuse.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Are you sure? I appreciate it. Yamagishi, aren't you resentful? Regardless
Yeah, I'm
of
glad
my
to hear
good
you're doing
intentions,
well, G.
I did drag you into this without fully explaining.
I'm having a good evening so far. It is my Friday from work, so I get to just play the video games. Excited to get more ahead of the story, and then excited to either grind away at Monster Hunter or Granblue tomorrow.
I'm sure you must have at least a few complaints.
Yeah, thanks for stopping in. Nice to see you again.
Not really. Did you know my entire family is made up of doctors? My parents are the one exception. It gives them a bit of an inferiority complex. That's why they're so hard on me. I don't like being at home. But here, I'm able to do something no one else can. I have a purpose. So no, I don't have any complaints.
You're right.
Thank you for the tunas.
We can't do this without you. No one could take your place.
Oh,
Thank you. I'll see you later.
Why am I getting bonked? So thank you for the head tap.
Tartarus and the Dark Hour are on the way out, huh?
Oh, gee.
No, that's a good thing. That's what we've been fighting for. So then, why? Damn it! Why am I so pissed?
Gosh, it's hot. Even for July. Wow. Can't believe we're already third years. Guess this will be the last time we'll wear these uniforms and hang out after school. Who cares? I just want to get into college and start having fun already.
I get it. My
That voice is familiar?
me going on like fighting was my duty.
I can't wait to see like kind of the cast of all of the characters
just
that
all
have been
I'm good
voiced. Because there definitely are a lot of cameos. Like, I don't know if any of you guys know, but Mr. Edogawa is Xander Mobus. He is Joker from P5.
How'd that? I'm nothing. So much for being a hero. I can't fight worth the shit anyway. Not compared to him, at least. Damn it! Nothing I do is good enough.
Junpei, please stop being so emo. Okay, but everybody's summer fits is immaculate. Love it. Love the
Why
fashion.
am I only ever right about the worst things? Am I stupid for trusting in something so blindly? Dad, I got this letter from you last spring. I must have read it 1,000 times since then.
To my family, 10 years into the future. Tomorrow, I'll bring this letter to the opening ceremony for the Moonlight Bridge. It will be stored in a time capsule and sent to you in 10 years' time. Yukari, you may be small now, but in 10 years, you'll be 16. You'll be in high school. I know you've been sad because I have to work so late, but you always manage to greet me with a smile. I'm really proud of myself. Kirijo-san appointed me head researcher. I'll be starting on a big project soon. It feels good to receive so much recognition for my work, but I swear to you, nothing is more important to me than you and your mother.
Oh, Dad.
Yukari, I wonder, are you enjoying life? Do you have high hopes for the future? Do you still look towards tomorrow with excitement and wonder, like you do now? No matter what happens in the next 10 years, I hope you're happy. And I hope this letter brings a smile to both you and your mother's faces. Eiichiro Takeba, March 6th, 2000.
No matter what happens, huh?
It's you!
It's me. You're still awake, Ariel. Do you work tomorrow? I hope you get to enjoy it. If you're off. If you have work, I hope it's easy. This makes me so emotional. Same, honestly. Getting more of like the backstory for the characters is so... Oh yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't that the original voice for Makoto? Oh my gosh, Arella.
I won't turn my back. I won't be like Mom. Not ever.
Pre-work stuff? What do you do for pre-work? Prep for work? Why would you do more work for work? Nijima senpai? Wait, who's Nijima? Other Makoto. Other Makoto.
It's I'm good. Good.
Aha! Give it to me! Give it to me! And instant curry? Easy. It's mine. I'm so rich. I am so rich.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. Okay. I have no idea what I'm gonna be doing today. The one from Danganronpa? No! Mostly stuff I know I don't want to do after work. Grocery shopping is big. Are there places available for you to shop at 6 a.m.? Or is this like a 24-hour place like Walmart? Julie, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay here in the cafe. Let's see. I think I'm just... Let's see if there's anything. Who's home? Who is at the doors? Look at her on that old Windows computer. Girl, why are your apps like that? Why are they just in the middle like that? Hello? What did you do the emote? I did not know you could do, what modification in that emote is that? I've never looked at, like, the full list of modifications you can do for emotes. Mostly Walmart. Ah, that's fair. No, honestly, I would rather go grocery shopping while it's empty. TK? What does TK mean?
Chill vibes. The nighttime of love.
Well,
anytime surprise. Yeah, I'm down. Sit back, relax.
Oh, is nobody else?
That goes around, 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 around. She said, hey,
is everyone
hey,
else?
Hey, feeling the fire with the burning desire every day.
Well, I guess.
Never expires.
I'll come back to the computer later in the evening. I need to definitely. Abby, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you enjoy your stay. Hope you enjoy. I give the cat more food. Are you powerful enough yet? Oh. Oh my god, okay. I see. I just got an achievement called a Benevolent Protector. I'm dead. That's so silly. It stands! Yes, it does! It's so cute. Hey! Oh, welcome in! Thank you so much for sticking around with Soma's raid. It's nice to meet you. And no worries. I always tend to AFK as well, and then I'll find myself in a new space like, ooh, what am I doing here? But I hope you enjoy your stay. I hope you had a good time over on Soma's stream. We'll do a movie today, because I think I can work. Yeah, we'll do Courage and Academics anyways. My reaction for real? I get it, I get it. Like being outside and running errands while it's still dark. I've been enjoying like evening walks as of late. Hot snack? Huh? Ugh. But usually when I do my groceries, I try to go during the least busiest hours. I probably could go super early in the morning, but I'm just like, will I wake up that early? Usually no. Oh, that's what I said on the counter. I didn't pay attention to that. Yeah. Abby, what kind of games do you enjoy watching or playing? I usually like watching a lot of my friends play games that I don't have the time to play or I don't have the skills to play because I am quote unquote. Welcome back. Also, I'm so sad. There's been like no one to talk to or hang out the past couple nights in here. Are my plants ready? No. 718. Okay.
If you wanna go ahead, we can do whatever. I'm chilling on my bed.
Not that much games, but you love watching anything. Ooh. Everyone else studying too. Oh, you're right. I forgot. There's literally exams tomorrow. Hello. Welcome in, Mrs. Suck. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? How are you doing? Did you come in with one of the raids? Do you linger in? Are you here for Persona? Okay, I guess I'll study. Oh wait, get Elizabeth first.
Good day.
Oh, check sites. Thank you so much for reminding me. Just going through your. Well, thank you so much for stopping by. So nice to know that I've been recommended onto your Twitch.
Here are my. Let's hear the results.
Does that mean you've been enjoying some Persona as of late? Haven't seen much of Persona, but you love it anyways. Honestly, I say this every stream. Persona 3 relief. Is my top favorite Persona game for story. So if you male summer garb, thank God. Shimizu Dex, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy your stay. I think
Are you accepting
right?
a request?
Yeah, I did.
Very well.
But yeah. I'd also extend that question to you, Mrs. Suck. Hope you're enjoying Persona. And if not, what other games do you like to watch on Twitch or play yourself? You like 4 and 5? Has a special place in your heart? Oh, honestly, I do enjoy all of them, so. Okay, let me check the website. Do I already have? Okay, there you go. Forum note. Iwatodai forum looks like a message board for locals. New secret about the vending machine in the front of the station. Oh, do I get an unlock for something else in the vending machine? When are they gonna fix that vending machine? Wait, what's the secret? You can actually still buy drinks that are marked as sold out. Oh, the machine's broken, so there's drinks marked sold out when it's not. Just press the button. I recommend the 4-biotic pack. Oh, okay. Try the vending machine in front of Iwatodai Station. Okay, go check that. Yeah, honestly, so Persona 3 has been like it's definitely the cornerstone to me liking a lot of the Persona series. But if you've never played a Persona, I would highly recommend playing Reload. It's pretty much picked up all the good things from 5, and it's really revamped the story. Like, it's created a whole new game from something so old. But it's great. It's great. And they added some new things that help keep it really fresh, which makes me really happy. Yeah, and the music is really good, but I think that's a lot of Atlas games, you know? Oh, I cry. Persona 3. This is the first game of the series. Oh, is the music a bit loud? Thank you. I can lower it a bit. Let me know if that's a little bit better.
How long has it been since we first met? Time passes so quickly. So tell me, how's life as a Persona user?
Something's missing.
I wonder what. I hope you find it soon.
Yeah, 3 Reload and 5
something
Royal.
else about the coming of the end. It all stems from something that took place many years ago. 10 years ago, if I remember correctly. Oh, didn't your parents pass away about 10 years ago? A persona is like a mirror, which means a persona user can never escape their true self. But no matter what,
it's always
I won't
mirrors.
leave you.
Thinking of that astronaut meme.
Because
what?
we're friends,
It's always been like this?
right?
Always has been. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I truly do hope you enjoy your stay here. I kind of stream sporadically, so.
Good night.
Three has a more beloved story, but 5 has more in-depth gameplay. Yeah, I feel like after 5, they really. I like the battle mechanics that they added into 3 Reload. I do still feel like the games are pretty similar in terms of battle, though. And yeah, they are both definitely long games. I'm pretty sure. Hold on, I can see after. I'll check how many hours I put into this game so far. I've definitely. Oh, I guess I will see after. Reload the same story as the original? Yes, it is. It is the same as the original. So, if you were to get into the Persona series, definitely just do 3 Reload. There is, from where I started, I didn't get to play the original Persona 3. I did play the portable, which has the Femme Pro tag. And it's sad, but I don't. They're Atlas has said that they're not going to add the female pro tag onto this one, which is unfortunate because they added like exclusive songs and exclusive like social links for that, and I really wish I could date Akihiko in this game. I'm so sad. Hi Gio, how are you? Thank you for checking in. Speeding through the tears dialogue is like me in class. I wish I could do this as easily. Listen, Gio, listen! Listen! I had to. It was bothering me so much. I was like, I have to fix the ears. It's never gonna get fixed. Aside from Ken, nothing. Ken is sweet baby boy. He is my secretly adopted child now. I'm really hoping that with Persona 6 though, that they do end up adding dateable, like, you know, non-gender locked dating routes. I think it's only a matter of time, honestly. I don't know how we ever got to do that. I've never bothered with his route because I'm just like, you are a child. I cannot do this. Ratsney! Hi, Ratsney. What are you? What is that? What is that, rat? Good morning. I already forgot. How did I come here? Did I come here for the games? Do not leash the toilet frog. It's going, it's going. Just playing some more Persona. How did Gio, how did your painting pain go earlier? I saw everybody over in Tuna's Discord. I was like, huh? What's happening in there? Like the name of that emote save, I was like, huh? It won't come out?
Here are my requests.
I don't remember why I stepped here. Wait, let me check the vending machine in front of the station. You're feeling the workaholic itch? What have you been working on recently? Ooh, oh, so this unlocked it for me. I can buy SP items. Oh, it's so tiny, but it's for all members, so I'll get a couple. Oh, I can only get one? Oh. Okay, I guess I'll just buy all the SP items I can. That's all I can get. Okay, it's fine, I guess. Hi Techno, how's it going? They let you date kindergartner. Yeah. Listen, I have hope, again, I have hopes for Persona 6 to have non-gender locked dating routes, because that would be really nice. Especially because with what is it, with Persona Tactics, they had a scene, right, with the Joker quote unquote marrying Ryuji. There's that thing on CSP earlier, and now I'm looking at things. Ooh, a new crab. No, yeah, let's surprise her about that too. Just take Koromaru out on walks, you know. New Star Rail? Okay. Okay, hold on. Let's talk about that Star Rail trailer, Techno. I was so flustered. I was just like, wow, women. And then I was like, whoa, women. I guess I'll just eat more smart food. The Tactica scheme? Yeah. I heard about it. I still have not played or is it Tactica? Tactics? I forgot. But, yeah, I literally only wanted to play for that scene, so I was like, oh, I just have to watch somebody play it so I can see that scene. At this point, I don't know what is next for Persona. Yeah, they really have challenged a lot, so I'm really hoping. Oh my god! Is that the... Hold on.
Welcome back.
Is that the Mika Shiyu from Twitch.tv? Hello, welcome in, raiders. Grinka raid. Hold on, excuse me. Grinka raid? Grandia raid? What is Grandia? What is Grinka? Who is Grinka? Hold on, let me get a shout out over to Mika. Anybody coming in from Mika's raid? Were they any good Mika moments? Grinka is your Grinch outfit. Hold on, do I have to go back on the VOD? What? Do I have to go back on the VOD? But hello, welcome in ZV. ZV. Hello, Gidio. Welcome in. Davy Valentine. How are you? How are you? It's nothing. Oh no, I have to check now. I have to check. For any of the raiders coming in, hello, welcome in. My name is Kumari. I am a Usagi Brown Bear VTuber. Like to play a variety of games. I am currently playing through my Persona 3 Brain Rot. I am also grinding through some Monster Hunter World throughout the week. So if you ever see me playing some Monster Hunter, you're welcome to join in. They're always open lobby. Welcome in, Pipbit and Grandia fan. Welcome in. Thank you so much, ZB and Davey, for the follows. Hope you enjoy your stay here. Smack, yeah, grinding. Yeah, we love grinding. But for any of the raiders who are coming in, if you gotta go eat, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go sleep, no worries. Please take care of yourself first. I'm here for a couple more hours. I feel like I've just started, but it's actually been 2 hours. I didn't realize that. But I'll be here for a couple. I don't work tomorrow, thankfully. But yeah, I understand it might be late for some people. If you gotta go sleep, please take care of yourself first. Mika, thank you so much for coming by and sharing your community. It's always nice to see you. I will definitely be going back on your VOD to see what this Grinka outfit is. But thank you. Take care. Have a good sleep. Oh, hello. Thank you for the first time. Chat. Dream farts. Wow, I was trying to say farts and chat at the same time. No Mika moments, but we watched the Blockhead protagonist. Ooh, I'm very interested in this game. You guys have sold me. I have to go after the stream immediately, catch up on the VOD and see what Mika was doing. Yeah, for anybody who wants to stick around, I hope you enjoy your stay. If you gotta go, no worries. Again, I'm here for a bit. For anybody who's coming in and doesn't know Persona, I am a couple months in, or a couple months in the game calendar. So in case you're trying to avoid spoilers, no worries if you gotta go dip. This is a very heavy voiced game, so I will go quiet during the voiceover scenes, and I will take my time to just kind of like sit and listen. So if I get to your chats a little bit late, I apologize, but I will get to it when I can. And it does look like I have a ad break soon, so I'll try to get through this scene. And I will take a BRB screen for this ad break so that I can stand up and stretch. Oh, just sighing.
What's wrong?
I see.
You all hungry or something?
Not really.
What is this awkward silence? I just got home. What's happening?
It's
wow.
almost
that
summer
really
break.
broke the silence. Hi, Tuna. I totally forgot about Akihiko. Sheesh! Love of my life.
Oh, yeah.
You wanted to fill in the silence?
is, huh?
Wow, thanks.
Does anyone have any plans?
Hi, Tuna. If you guys don't already know, Tuna, my best fish friend, loves to play a lot of RPGs, SRPGs. If you want an endurance streamer that'll go for like 9 to 10 plus hours, please check Tuna out. I'm awake now. I guess you woke up the rest of chat.
I wish I could go to the beach. Sand, cool breeze, babes in bikinis. Man, a break like that sure would be nice. Somewhere in the
Well,
south.
you woke up just in time
water
for
is
the beach
crystal
episode,
clear.
Tuna.
But starting tomorrow, we gotta get through our exams. Oh man, this sucks.
Perfect. Exactly.
I'm sure you'll
Beach
be fine.
episode.
It would be nice to go somewhere with beautiful beaches, like Okinawa.
Well, it's not Okinawa, but how about Yakushima?
Yakushima.
Mr. Chairman.
Also, hello, Rye.
Didn't
What kind
realize
of
you were
ice cream
here.
did you bring back? And are you sharing with the class?
I happen to be in the area, so I thought I'd drop by and tell you my schedule for next
Get
week.
out of here.
Oh, Hirinjo-kun. Your father will be vacationing in
I hate this
Yakushima
man.
during the break.
But whatever. Give me this. Give me the beach episode.
He will?
You'll all have some time off after exams,
Randy
right?
FN, thank you so much for the
Why
follow.
don't you
Hope you
go
enjoy
and
your
get a
stay.
nice change of scenery.
Seriously? We're gonna go on a trip?
Beach trip, beach trip, beach trip, beach trip.
Beaches and bikinis. Beaches and bikinis.
Junpei, I hate you so much. I cannot.
Beaches and bikinis. This guy.
Also, hate is a strong word. I would like to strangle Junpei affectionately. French vanilla with dark chocolate drizzle. Ooh. I'm feeling like having chocolate ice cream after drink now. And shirtless Akiko, perhaps? Okay, I'm gonna take this moment. There is an ad break happening. For those of you that are subbed, please do stick around. The ads are so that we can make sure that everybody who jumps in from raids does not get hit with ads right away. I will take a BRB at this time so that I can stand up, stretch, hydrate. So if you are going to stick around for the ads and come back with me for the story, please do the same. Take care of yourself first. But I will be uno momento. I will probably... Hello? These ad breaks are so inaccurate sometimes. I see ad breaks starting soon. And no ad. There we go. Okay. Jeff Bezos. Money. There we go. Okay. I will go to my VRV screen. I'll take a moment, okay? I'll be back, you guys. Hello? What ads are you guys seeing? Perfume? Burger? Movie? Oh wait, I did it in my chair. Ooh, okay, sorry. Yeah, earlier apparently there was a horror movie and I was like, I wish I had choices for these. Thank you. Thanks everyone for sticking around through the ad breaks. I understand it is a little tedious to go through 3 minutes of ads, but it does help out the community. Everybody who does come in from raids does not get slapped in the face with ads right away. They just see instant gameplay, which is really good. And also, it reminds me to actually get up and stretch, which is good. Always good to take breaks regularly. I have a very sedentary job, IRL, so I try to get up when I can as well. Blood sugar is flowing. Could use a burger right now. Honestly, I've had like 2 burgers this entire week. I feel like I've had way too many burgers. My heart cannot take this. Suspicious Bears trying to sell me back alley coffee beans? Excuse me? Who? Yeah, I had In-N-Out and then I just had just a plain old Jumbo Jack from Jack in the Box. 2 burgers too many for the week. No one wants to advertise on Amazon in your country? Oh no! Oh, pizza. Almost everyone and their mother had pizza last week. And then I saw somebody on my timeline get the KFC pizza and I was like, KFC has pizza now? What? Junk food, the best kind of food? It is, but I'm too old to be eating junk food twice, 2 to 3 times a week. It's called Cheesa. Also, wait, you also had In-N-Out, right? Oh my god. Blushes, looks at you. Wow. Pizza. Hold on, okay. Ratsney, what are you talking about? Is that actually the KFC pizza? Is that what everyone... Kentucky Fried Chicken? Chicken. No? Okay. See, I was like, is that what it's called? I don't know who to believe right now, because I have not seen ads for it, and I have no idea if it's real or fever dream.
Well, my father is a busy man. I don't want to ruin his vacation.
Oh my god. Oh, pizza. I see. You know, just because I've said it now, I'm gonna get these damn ads all over my YouTube or my Instagram. The internet is always listening. I'm gonna get these ads and I guess I'll finally see what this ad is. I need to see this. Exactly, Tuna. I need to see this ad. I need to see this KFC chicken pizza ad. Your Italian sense is tingling? What did you do? Break pasta? It just looks like KFC chicken with cheese. The music's gonna stop. I have to look this up. It's gonna bother me. KFC pizza. It's not pizza, it's cheesa. What is this? What is that? What is this? Can I copy this image? Can I drag it? Can I drag it here? Oh. Redirect notice. Guess I can't share it. Hold on. Hold on! What is this? Open image in new tab. I have to save this onto my goddamn downloads just so I can see it. I'm so confused. What is this? Why? Anyways. Fast food gets so ridiculous sometimes. You know, we're back here. I look so messy. It just looks so messy to eat. And also, I don't prefer KFC chicken. If I had to get chicken, it's either Church's, Popeyes, or Jollibee. Why get chicken pizza when I could get Jollibee chicken? Exactly! Ryan knows what's up! Except the spaghetti. I will not eat Jollibee spaghetti. It's only gonna be my mom's spaghetti. Messy equals extra flavor? Oh my lord. Yeah, oh, McDonald's is filled with anime stuff. I did actually, I think, what is it, 2 weeks ago? I saw the ad and I was like, ain't no way. So I actually went to my McDonald's because I was like, you know, I don't feel like cooking today. I'll just get some chicken nuggets. And they had anime on the bag. I was like, what is this? It's McDonald's. Oh my god. Give me your you can have all my spaghetti, right? Right. Actually, I'll make you spaghetti. Don't eat that Jollibee stuff. I'll make you spaghetti. Jollibee's barely anywhere. Oh my god. I always highly recommend. Please, you gotta eat. And if you go to Jollibee and get their burgers, I'm judging you. I'm absolutely judging you. Like, why would you go to a chicken place and get burgers when they're so well known for their chicken? They have burgers. They do, Rye. They have burgers. Is it fast when you spend the time you saved cleaning your hand? It's fast and easy to clean up, I guess, because you just gotta throw away a bag. Tuna, if you do that, I'm abandoning you. I will abandon you at the Jollibee. You can walk your butt home. Gotta have salted peanuts in your spaghetti with turmeric and Prego sauce. Wait, are you pulling my leg or are you serious? Do you enjoy that? I'm not gonna judge. I'll only judge if you order a burger at Jollibee. No, I guarantee you it's not good. It's bad. Don't do it. It's cold. It's sad. Don't do it. And no, I haven't seen the ube cheese pie. I've had the ube pie though. I can't find the ube cheese pie. You're looking them up? No, Tuna, don't do this. I'm gonna bring you there to get chicken. You're not gonna have burgers at Jollibee. I'm going to strangle you. Fish, fish. It's good, just like mayo and ramen. Okay, but is it Kewpie mayo? Because I actually enjoy Kewpie mayo. Geo, just throw your hand away. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. Chat, I'm judging all of chat right now. As a Filipino myself, if you go to Jollibee and you get the burgers and fries, I'm going to slap that food off your tray. I'm gonna buy you a bucket of chicken and you're gonna eat the chicken instead. No. No, no. No. I will slap those fries off your tray. No! Tuna. Tuna. This entire stream is being derailed right now by my anger. I need to ask my food group chat if they've had the burgers. Rye, you better ask your friend. You better ask your friend. Because you know I have the same opinion as her. You know we hate Jollibee spaghetti. It's always our mom's spaghetti over everything. Thank you, Aurella. I will order for you. You will have the best meal of your life, I promise you. Aru, I saw Aru in chat. I have also bought him Jollibee. I can guarantee. I can guarantee. Mods, ban this fish. But this aloha. I'm just. No! Tuna, stop it! The stream has been so derailed by this chat for Jollibee. No, come back, you're so sexy. How did he? I'm so... I swear. I blame Tuna. I blame Tuna. I can't believe. Anyways, beach episode! Whee!
No father would be upset with a daughter who came all that way to see.
Anyways, moral of the story. You go to Jollibee, you get chicken. End of story. And the gravy that you get with your food, you eat it with the chicken. It's for the chicken. Okay? And the juice. And the pineapple juice. It's almost oh yeah, no worries. Thank you so much, Abby. I appreciate you coming in. I'm so glad you enjoyed. And I hope to catch you around. Yes, the juice is banging. You always upgrade your drink to a pineapple juice. I cry every time if I never get a soda. I never get a soda. Take care. Have a good sleep.
You've all done a great job. You deserve to relax for a while. And we already know when the next operation will be, so I think it'll be fine.
I don't know.
Senpai, I'm begging ya.
Of course, Junpei would want to go to the beach for the babes.
I guess everyone needs a break now and then. Let's do it.
The beach, huh?
The beach, huh? Aki?
Oh man, I can't wait!
Oh, I need to go buy a swimsuit.
Fuka in her swimsuit. I can't wait. I can't wait to see everybody.
Nice try.
Are you going to swim too, Mr. Chairman?
I'm afraid I can't. I'll turn to dust if I'm exposed to sunlight.
Yeah, huh?
Wait, seriously?
Pineapple juice, Tuna. Pineapple juice. Shinji's.
Kirito-senpai, wait up!
Shinji's not here. Are you talking about the chairman? The one who's gonna turn into dust? Oh wait, I'm thinking of Shinji though. Just kidding.
I just wanted to say sorry about the other day. I might have gotten a little carried away.
Reading, listen.
Don't worry about it. In a way, it's only logical that we go to Yakushima. The chairman said that no one who was responsible for the accident survived, but there is one who did.
What? There is?
My father.
I had no idea.
Don't put fairies in the blender. No. Pineapple. Most likely a One Piece. Yeah, Fuka's always. I'm sure she's modest. She's so cute though. Also, all right, Rai, give it to me. Ah, Grandia, is this your ringtone? I enjoy having what is it? Burn my bread as my ringtone. Actually, that's my alarm tone. Study with you, sir? No. We're not studying with you. You back gonna get up and do some stuff? Yeah, no worries, Tuna. I'm so upset. Rai. You can tell her we are no longer family. I have held her hand throughout everything. But this decision I cannot stand by. Other friend refuses. Burn my dreading bread. Yes, exactly.
Good day.
Burger sounding good right now. Honestly, I'm tired of burgers, but you should get a burger
Here are my
if you're craving it.
Wonderful. A shame.
Ooh, I like fragments. Okay, thank you. Oh, wait, that was a new one. That was a new one. I didn't
Are
pick it
you
up yet.
accepting a request?
She told me to try it because it's... Oh, you know... Ah! Thank you for the tunas, G. Okay, you know what, Rai? That's fair.
Please
You like
paint
your
my
burger.
powerful persona a pretty purple. Please paint my powerful This is harder than I thought.
That was so silly. I was not expecting her to try to make it to say a tongue twister.
If I may say...
Tuna, ain't no way. Tuna, ain't no way. Hold on. Oh, I was like looking for my phone. And I was like, oh wait, I'm using my phone for my tracking. I will personally Uber Eats you Jollibee, Tuna. I'll do it. You're awkwardly far from all of them. No! That makes me so sad. It's okay. I still gotta order you that Filipino food. The few things I heard are convincing me to close my eyes and stop being conscious. Oh no! What do you mean, Gio? Are you a picky eater? Okay, good, Rai. You can't forsake chicken. Yep. Okay, is leaving for the cafe now. Jenny. Have a good look, Tuna.
By all means.
Mysterious person's autograph from President Tanaka. Oh, Tanaka's amazing. How do I get an autograph from him? Does he just sell it?
Very well then.
Is it a bonus? It's probably gonna be a bonus. Nope, I don't need charm. For you to check your food if you want an Uber driver to deliver to you. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've heard horror stories of like Uber deliveries. I thankfully have not come across any. I don't order food too often. Thankfully I would rather just drive myself to pick up food. But oh, the horror stories I've heard. No, thank you. Security site, no. Oh. Alright, I guess I will... I forget. I only get courage and charm if I work over at the cafe, right? Probably be better if I just study. Yeah, it's just courage and charm. Okay, I don't need it. Let me see what CDs I have. I refuse to study with you. Digital Crown School. PC software for children. Adults need courage to play. Variety of subjects. Is this for academics? I assume this is academic, so I'll do it. It'll be fine, regardless. This is much more streamlined. Yes, yes. It is so clean. It is very good. I know a lot of people are just like, oh, if you've played the original, you don't have to play this. Like, I get it. Yeah, the story is the exact same, but the game is also like 10 years old, 10 plus. So it's kind of nice to play it with like a quote-unquote new experience because everything feels very, very fresh. I don't know if you've seen the UI, Grandia, but the UI is just so sleek. I get academics. Tell me I did. Thank God. Okay, because I refuse to study with Shinji. Yeah, in a second I'll try to show you the UI and everything, but everything is so cool in this game. And they did add a bunch of or not a bunch, but a couple of new battle mechanics. Yeah, super seamless, super seamless. I love how they've done it. When I went through the art book, they showed a couple of the other UI options, and I did like a couple, but I think this one definitely turned out to be the cleanest. Oh no. Which form of magic is used to find water sources? Hello, Google, my old friend. I was not ready for this. Question mark? It is dowsing, right? Okay. Like, huh? Also, Ratsney, how goes the 14 gameplay? How goes the post 7 sword? I saw you were still playing it the other night. Which of Agnesi? Oh, we're answering all these questions, right? You're in Stormblood? Yay! Translation error? Was it? Let me see, let me see. Oh god. Oh god. Main MSQ, nice. Stormblood is a good one. Akira Toriyama. That name sounds very familiar, but I'm very bad with names. Could you tell me what happened? Is that the one who? Okay. Yeah, I was just like. One of the creators, but yeah. Oh man, yeah, I did hear about that. This one, I think it's this one, right? Kaido. Yeah, I didn't watch a lot of DBZ growing up, but that was definitely the show that I would always pick if I did see it on when I was younger. Especially because I didn't have cable, so it was just like Adult Swim stuff. Never get a Dr. Slump update. Is that another thing that's also done by her? Sorry, him? I'm not cheating during exams, you are. It was what he drew before. Oh, okay. I think that sounds familiar. I very much so apologize. I again, did not grow up watching a lot of DBZ.
Hello, this is Elizabeth speaking. I'm calling in regard to a recent change in Tartarus. It seems that a path that had been blocked off
finally
is now open. I thought it prudent to inform you. Well then,
I will worry about it after the beach. Both exist in the same planet. Oh man, yeah, I think that's what I've seen. I've definitely seen a couple things that like crossed over, and then I was just like, is this not Dragon Ball Z? Wait for the girl. I'm waiting for the girl. Gotta check in on Junpei. Oh. He's gonna have the time of his life during the beach. Not as the Dragon Ball content is on hold until there's a successor. Yeah. Did he ever pick somebody as a successor, or is there somebody on the team that you think is gonna kind of take over? Elizabeth speaking, calling regarding your extended Tartarus insurance. I'm dead. No, Ratsney.
I'm done, baby! The dark days of testing are finally over! The sun is shining bright!
Oh my god, he's so silly.
How'd you do?
You are not gonna believe this. I aced PE.
Well, that pretty much answers my question.
Whatever. A real man doesn't dwell in the past. I'm already
Final seems so easy. One question and done. Duh. Because I'm intelligent.
Oh yeah, that's coming up soon, huh? Are you all ready to go?
How about you?
Me? Not really. Oh, sorry, I don't sound very enthusiastic, do I? Hey, how about we stop somewhere on the way back? I don't have practice today.
Sounds good. Where we going? If you need to buy a swimsuit,
God damn it, Junpei.
Very funny. All right, give me a sec. I'm gonna go grab my stuff from the locker room. Oh, I'll invite Fuka too.
So far, it's under the radar on what the future holds.
Yeah. I know. I've been.
I also wish my
kind of
stats were
a
this
dick lately.
easy.
So, sorry.
Oh, Junpei.
All right. Let's.
He was just going. It was a phase. It was just a phase, Mom.
All right.
Junpei, the ladies' man. Listen, I want to strangle Junpei half the time. He's a dork, though. I take it back. He's a fool.
What should I do now?
Take it down a notch, will you?
You bounce back from things so quickly, Junpei-kun.
I can't put it in me to give the jerk answer no matter how much I want to.
You know it. Oh, hey. Sonata-san's here. Don't see that every day.
Ikutsuki-san called me. I think he wants to talk about a new candidate.
Does that mean another person is going to join?
New candidate, you say?
Fuka.
Sign up.
What's wrong, Natsuki-chan? Do you think you can stay after school with me for a mandatory study session? There's like no one. Oh, wait, are you about to head out for the day? Okay, then, never mind.
Oh.
Wait, it's all right. I'll help you.
Fuka's so sweet.
Sorry. I'll see you all back at the door later.
I'm really surprised at how much she's changed.
Ah, friendship. How beautiful. Adolescence is such a wonderful thing.
Get this man out of my head. Get him away.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, hello. I just stopped by to pick someone up. I might as well introduce you to him now.
He's so small.
Hello. Oh, Amada-kun. What are you doing here?
You know him?
Child.
He doesn't leave during the break because of his circumstances.
Short.
Oh, I heard about that. Something about your parents, right?
It used to only be me and my mom. She got in an accident. So now it's just me. It happened 2 years ago.
Why would you give me depression right before
now,
a beach
one
episode?
of his distant relatives is paying for his school expenses. That doesn't mean he should stay at the elementary school dorm all by himself, right? So I decided to move him to your dorm.
How does he go from staying in an elementary school dorm to a high school dorm? Does that make sense? Shuji, heck off. That one reliable friend. Hi Ken, now I know your trauma.
To our dorm? Do you really think that's
Wow, we've known each other for 2 minutes.
Why, of course.
Rich kid or smart? Oh, okay, yeah, fair.
Then he's the new candidate?
That's right. But as you can see, he's still just an elementary school student. So it's only a possibility for now.
I'm excited to see his theurgy.
Are you Akihiko Sanada-senpai?
Yeah.
Oh.
I've heard a lot about you. You've never lost a boxing match. Nice to meet you.
Also, I
yeah.
love
Nice to meet you.
Ken's voice so much. Is it? It's Justine, right? Or JC? I'm sorry. I can't remember who was the voice, but I know that they also were like really excited for this. Get this man off the screen. Are you giving me money? Oh, okay. You're just giving me a black sword. Justine Lee. Okay, there you go. Hi, what's your name? So this traumatic experience I had. It's okay. It's just like when you wake up in the hospital and Yukari starts trauma dumping on you, and I'm just like, huh? It's been 2 minutes. Oh, the antique shop's finally open. I completely forgot about that shop that was still closed. Gotta pay a visit. But also, oh, I was gonna say, is it time to hang out? That's it. Wait, am I crazy? Oh, here, this one. Hee hee. Go get that rosemary tea. I actually don't even remember the shop.
Welcome.
Oh, okay, I kind of do.
What? I see. Of course.
Oh.
By the way,
Michelle Ruff? Is this her? Persona 3 taught me trauma dumping on strangers will lead to friends. Yeah, that's how you make social links, right? Oh, okay. Wait, did we have this before? This has to do, this is like definitely something picked up from P5, right? I was like, item fusions? I've never done this. Oh, this menu is, hold on. Let me hide my model so you guys can see. That's so sleek. You spin in a Rello? Hold on, I'll wait for the... Yeah, this is new, right? I love... this is so cool.
I've got some good stuff in stock. Take your time browsing.
Oh, so this is what I need all those gems for. I was like, what am I doing with all this stuff? Enter dark. Okay, that's pretty cool.
Which one?
A base model for a fusion weapon cannot be equipped. So what are these for then? Do these just make like what are these supposed to be for? Yeah, because I have this one, Nail Cloth, and the Black Sword, which is what Shuji just gave me. Using new weapons and armor, you can see. Okay.
To make this, you'll need materials.
Oh!
So,
okay,
what
I
will
see
it be?
now. Oh, everything's all coming together. I guess having a crafting option is a standard these days. Yeah, and this is completely new. It's materials from the next floors. Oh, hold on.
There's
I need to make
so much
something.
we don't know about personas. To make this,
Or-
what would you like?
For do I have to make this one?
What will
for
it
Elizabeth? Malachite? Rock and Stone! Oh my god, it's been forever since I've played that. Okay, hold on. I'll see
Officer
first.
Kurosawa,
what I
I'm
need
sure
to
this will
make.
prove to be useful.
Oh, perfect! I can get some SP items. Teddy bear! I'm buying this
You
for
like
me.
that one?
This is for me now.
Have you? All right, I'll trade you for this.
Her hair really grows. Oh,
How
this is the
many?
Kokeshi dolls. It
Have
is
you
Kokeshi
decided?
doll.
All right, I'll trade you for this.
Can I make a Chiza? We'll see. If only I could. Oh, Google.
How have you decided? We have a deal.
Why? Hello. Why is stuff moving like that?
You like that? Did that catch you? All right, I'll trade you for this.
Oh, okay, wait. The colors in here, for some reason, very tasty. Love the colors of the shop UI. I think it's like the teal that's calling to me. Teddy, my pookie dookie wookie wookie dookie lookie dookie
Gems can
cookie
lose their
lookie bear.
luster very easily if you don't take good care of them. As I'm sure this will prove
Oh,
to
okay.
be
This
useful.
is item. This is card. Okay. Nice. Snuff souls. Okay, I'm not gonna get too
Is
much.
that all you need?
Oh,
Is
no, I
that
wanna
all
get
you
out.
need?
Because I
Come
need to see. I know Elizabeth needs a weapon, but I can't remember what weapon it was that she was requesting.
Good.
If I can make one, I might as well.
Are you accepting a request?
Oh, am I crazy? Probably not. Okay. I probably don't need it, yeah. I think that was like an earlier quest. Yeah, okay, I don't need it. CD associated with GeckoCon
There
High School.
may come a day when you complete the Persona Compendium.
Wish to feel the ocean. Okay. This one I assume I'll probably get from somebody else eventually. Let me talk to everybody in the dorm. What is this? Saturday evening. You bet your butt I'm hanging out with Akihiko, but let me see. Anything? I'll start getting ready. Yes. I'll start getting ready soon. Hee. Oh shoot, is it already like next day we're going to the beach? Do you have a CD? No? No CD? Can I just talk to you? I'm not gonna hang out with you, Junpei. Wait, he would actually help out on the rooftop? That's cute. Beach episode. Hee. I'm sorry. We're gonna watch more boxing.
Hey there.
Oh, I have completely maxed him out though. Dang it. I'm already a badass. I don't need more courage. Oh. Okay, you know what? It's fine. Let's do the planners. Or actually, anybody else on other floors? No? Okay, let me go to the roof though, because I think my... Oh, they're not ready. Oh, they can. Okay. Put some more stuff, and then I'll have Junpei come up here, I guess. I can watch boxing with him. Yeah, I can watch boxing with him. But I should at least get more skill. I wish I could hang out with like Yukari or Fuka, because or Kirijo, because I have, well actually Kirijo I think I've already gotten up to 2 skills, so it's fine. I'll do stuff for the roof. Wait. I'm gonna save. Because I hadn't saved in several nights. Imagine if Akihiko had workout minigames. That'd be so fun if they had added workout minigames. I would actually really enjoy that if they had like, if they had added like cute little quick time events like they do in Yakuza. I think that would have been a really fun addition.
The only vegetables I ever see at the store are plain old ordinary ones. You know those fancy
always
veggies
safe
only people like Kirijo-senpai would eat? If we could grow something like that,
oh my god,
we'd make a fortune, don't you think? Oh damn! So
oh my god.
Yeah, we gotta dream big. You're pretty good with your hands, so what do you say? Want to join forces and make a name for ourselves? Well, we should probably get to work before we get ahead of ourselves. This is getting really rough on my back. And my hands are all caked in dirt.
Oh my goodness.
But for the sake of Junpei's brand name luxury veggies, I gotta keep going. I don't know how I could deal with all this on my own, so let's do this again, okay?
But shopping show.
It's a... I'm going to do it.
Seasonal corn.
Good. Not bad, kid.
Makara cone. What? Why is that so expensive? What are these items? Are these just battle items? That's fine. I have the money. I'll get it. Tetracone. Medicine. What kind of medicine is that?
Thanks, kid.
Thanks, kid. When do I get your autograph, sir? Let's see. Oh wait. Oh, it's just Maya. I'm a fool. Sunday, daytime, I'll work as I would not trust medicine from him. You know, the medicine can only be as bad as the school nurses. How do I get a social link? Do I just find him wandering around? Maya's rank 5? Gosh. What is my social link right now with Maya though? It's 3! Yeah. I'm not gonna get anything though, but this is fine. The flip phone is such a vibe. Yeah, right? Oh, here you go. Actually, so every single UI in this is so cool. Getting to see the 3D model move around in every screen is so cool. I literally cannot get over it. Even these are like I can turn around. Getting to see everybody's like headshot and the broken glass. It's just everything is so slick. Dumadoko. Oh, I moved so you can see the rest of the UI. Yeah. Really cool. Getting to see Protag just drop down like that. Goofy's a hermit persona? Yeah, probably. Do I have a hermit persona? No, I don't. Oh, I have space. I didn't realize I had space. Okay, let me get a hermit. And then... Oh, I love going to the Velvet Room in my casual clothes. But yeah, this sure is 2000. Flip phones still exist in this time period. Let's see. Can I register?
Registering personas? Is overwriting acceptable? I've completed registration.
Why you barking, rats? I just noticed.
Please take a look.
Am I crazy? Or has Elizabeth always had a 3D model in the middle of us fusing? Flip me like a flip phone. No, are you saying yes, Don Chris? She has? Have I just not been paying attention?
Are you in
which will you?
Because I've always noticed Igor's, but I've never noticed Elizabeth's for some reason. Huh?
We take a look.
Did I? I'm so silly. I'm so silly. I don't want to get rid of Captain Kidd or Mithras, so I'm gonna summon.
This is
I'll pay you money. I have a hermit one, right? Yeah, I have Naga. I'm just gonna buy one.
This persona, yes?
Yeah, anyways, I'm just silly crazy.
Is this
no big deal.
Very well, it's yours. Are you finished?
The Fool Arcana, truly for you. Yep, truly for me. I don't know why I never noticed her right there. That's so funny. Like,
this is your progress so far. Are you finished? We look.
Okay. Anyways, don't like Igor's ENVA. Really? I feel like it sounds like the same voice though that I've always heard, but maybe because I'm used to actually playing Persona in English. Danny DeVito as the Igor from the Velvet Room? No. Oh, you've never played Persona Ratsuni. You gotta give a Persona game a try. I don't know if you were here earlier during the conversation, but this game, 3 Reload and 5 Royal are definitely goodies to get into. Nar! Yeah, you've gotta if you can. Okay, that's fine. I'll just do it. It's fine. Not good at story-based games like these. Do you feel like it's because it gets too long? I ask that, but you're playing 14. Final Fantasy 14 is a pretty long story-based game, I feel like. Burn out very fast. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, so unfortunately, in my 3 hours of streaming this game, I have not been doing any Tartarus. The last time I streamed, I did Tartarus in 1 night. I'm so sorry if you hear that. Oh, the helicopter flying over. Anyways, and I just spent 3 hours inside. Evening. Anybody hanging out in the dorm? Oh, everyone's in the second floor? Hello. Not as long as Warfare. Oh no, Yukari, I'm sure there's a swimsuit that fits you. Oh.
Well, it...
Goodness. 14 keeps you going because you can do other stuff besides the MSQ. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, there's a lot to do. I feel like you might... No, that's fair. Anything, I guess, like with a more like direct timeline. What other games do you normally play, Ratsuni?
The nighttime alone is only on one. Anytime surprise, yeah, I'm down. Sit back, relax to the sound that goes around, 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 around. She said,
Voice cutscenes give you tone to let your... Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I feel like with this game, I have been mainly distracted because I like listening to all the voices, and I also like chatting. I like yapping. Certified yapper at times. So it is a little hard sometimes to play this game on screen, but my goal with this game was to complete it on stream. So it's gonna be a long time. I'm gonna be putting in at least 100 hours for this game. Like I could do some of the Tartarus grinding if I really wanted to off stream, but the thing is, like, actual story and event stuff that happens, I wanna have it like logged onto a stream so I can upload onto my YouTube for VOD so I can look back later, you know? I need FMC so she can go. Yeah, I know. That would have been so cute. I pray.
Whoa! Looks like we're finally coming up on the island! Hell yeah! Yeah! Coo! She! Ma!
Oh my god, Junpei.
You sound like a little kid.
Oh, he's just having fun. Personally, I'm ready for some training.
I do wonder, what kind of flora and fauna live there?
Oh. Wow, getting to see Yakushima Island in this is so surreal since I played Portable. Multiplayer games, but alone. Not good at deciding what to play when I don't have an unknown. Okay, that's fair. I get that, Ratsuni. I have like pretty bad game ADHD, I feel. So like, I definitely like. I think Persona is one of the few games that I will complete as much as I can. It's worth it. Plus the extra stuff later in the game. Yeah. I know. I will definitely be doing New Game Plus, so I'll probably see if I can make that edited content to put on my YouTube rather than like a stream. Because I think that'd be really nice to just like play on my own time.
Welcome back, milady.
Milady? You! Hey, how's it go? I don't think I replied to your last DM. I think I opened it and told myself I was gonna reply. I'm so sorry. But I think I remember you talking about how you were enjoying this game offline, and I was gonna ask how far you were. I'm so sorry. I get so distracted. If I ever just like leave you on red, you are welcome to message again if it's been a while. I probably make the mistake of opening up DMs and then forgetting about the notification later, because I'll open it either at work or like when I get into my car. That's just how it works for me. I'm so sorry. How far are you? Did you get to finish already?
We won't be here long, but I'll be relying on you during our stay.
At the end, oh boy, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Yeah. No.
You have maids?
Hands together, hands in front of face. Boy.
And you must be her associates from school, correct? Welcome to the Kirijo vacation home. Please, follow me.
Also, Rat, honestly, okay. I feel like I would have been like that, but the thing is, Final Fantasy XIV I feel like has such a good story. I do have to warn you though, although you probably have heard already, Endwalker is definitely a movie. Endwalker is like 40 hours of cutscenes, I swear to God. But every cutscene is voiced. It's wonderful. And it's just like, I couldn't skip any cutscenes in Endwalker. It was just that good.
Associates?
Dude, real life maids.
I knew she was from an important family, but this definitely proves it.
It's him.
It's good to see you.
I heard the news. There isn't much here, but make yourselves comfortable.
Yes, sir.
There he goes. So, was that
her father?
He was so intense. And what's up with them wearing a suit in this kind of heat?
What's wrong with that?
We won't be here long, but make yourself at home.
Sweet! This is gonna rock! Hey, wanna go to the beach? It's literally right there! Oh man! I'm so ready for this!
Yeah, thank you, Rai. The snooze should work for 5 minutes, and you can run the snooze another 2 times.
It's gonna take time to get changed and stuff.
Then I'll see you there. I'm not gonna waste a single minute.
Oh my goodness, Junpei. Also, you came back for the perfect time. Akihiko, you're so silly.
Give my feet a chance to breathe.
Beach.
Yep, summer's here.
Yes.
There's nothing out there I can use as a marker. Too bad. I was hoping for a good swim.
Whoa, is this safe? He's got speedos on, Grandia. They're there.
Dude, swim briefs? Nobody wants to see your junk.
I do. Juve, shut up. I do.
You got it. We come all the way to the beach, and you're gonna train?
What's wrong with that? You got a better idea?
Scour the beach. There are missable items.
I do. It's summertime at the beach. I've got the perfect.
He does look pantsless though.
Wow, it's beautiful.
Oh hey, they're here.
Oh my god. Women? Oh my god, Junpei, stop this.
What are you looking at?
Say hello to contestant number 1, Yukari Takeba. That's quite a bold design.
Tummies?
She's really strutting her stuff. Archery practice must do wonders for the self-esteem.
Ah, she's so cute.
No one seems to have claimed the umbrellas around here. Do you think we can go ahead and use them?
Ooh, next up is contestant number 2, Fukayama Kishi. Wow.
Oh, she's so cute.
Oh, whoops. Was it something I said?
Junpei, shut up. I can't with you.
Hey, cut it out with that laugh, you creep.
And for our final contestant of the day...
What happened? Something wrong?
God damn!
Senpai, you're so beautiful.
Back.
It's you!
You know what? Why don't I have a bark emote? I'm a fool. I need a bark emote. I don't need the spray emote. I need the bark emote.
Yeah.
Oh, she's so pretty.
Hey, did you put on sunscreen?
No! Don't tell me what to do.
Well, we can't have that. You gotta put some on right now.
Oh, can I help?
Well, that's okay. I'll do it myself.
The scene that altered the direction of your playthrough.
So, which one's your type?
Okay, everyone sims for Mitsuru though. Doesn't matter your gender. You kneel for her. She even tells you kneel.
Oh, seriously? You got balls, man. Man, this is great. I'm in heaven.
Sano's VA? Oh, Alejandro? He's here. Look, he's right there. Ooh. Cannot lean enough. my big fat head's blocking him. Immediate press. Yes, truly. Thought you could choose him in the... No, you can't. Oh, can I get another pause, Rye?
Alright, I think it's about time for a swim.
Yeah, I wish you could choose him. Honestly, you can in fencing.
I'm not letting you win that.
Let me choose the pantless man. Oh no. Rogue! Hi, how's it going? Good morning. How have you been? You're so sweet to me. I'm involuntarily, you know, this is for the stream safety. And not at all because I'm trying to hug him up for my eyes only.
What are you standing over there for? The water's fine.
It is afternoon. Ooh, music studio. That sounds so fun. How are you doing? How are your eyes? Are they feeling better? I know it's been a while since you've been since I've caught you. Oh, Yakushima wood. That's what I'm gonna bring for Elizabeth. Oh, I can walk in the water. Wow. Hold on. Wow. Can I swim? I wanted to swim. That would have been nice. Wait. Your eyes are 100% again. Nice, nice. What happened to my eyes? Wait, what? Huh? Did my tracking get mixed up? Confused.
It's a lovely place, wouldn't you agree?
All these lines are voiced?
When I was younger, I used to come here fairly often. that I haven't had the chance to visit since starting high school.
Oh, okay. Sorry. It was just because I had... That's me. It's because I just asked about Rogue's Eye, so I was confused for a second. Yeah, the graphics are insane. Like, hello? Huh? Oh, look at my big fat head. This water is insane. The fact that it... Man, this is great. This is great.
Woohoo! Thanks, Kirijo-senpai. Right now, I feel like I could die with no regrets.
Yeah, the distortion's so cool. High blood pressure. Oh no! I'd be taking it easy. Did you get it put on like some meds or anything? Or are you just trying to I guess like the typical eat healthy, drink lots of water? Girls.
Here we are on summer vacation, but I still have to deal with Junpei's usual antics.
God, they're so cute. Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to talk to Fuka.
Help us, please! Junpei won't stop!
Junpei, you were a child.
And this! Come on! Water fights are pretty much a given at the beach. Nice and cool, ain't it?
Hey, knock it off! You're taking this too far!
Junpei, don't be relatable.
Okay,
you!
fine. You asked.
They're monitoring it. It fluctuates. Okay. I hope that it doesn't get any worse. Okay, so if you look at it from here, it's not wearing any pants. Hold on. I'm absolutely not taking a screenshot of how silly this is. Nope. Anyways.
I'm glad everyone's having fun out there. Our operations during the dark hour are taxing on both mind and body. If you need to take a...
You're right. Hold on. You're right. I look like a beanpole next to him. Hold on. I want to make sure I'm positioned. Okay. I think this is good enough, right? Good enough, right? Do not mind as I simply take up more time. Casually just hee hee. What if I just did a silly little hee hee? Look at that. I could hold his hand if I wanted to. I'm so delusional. Wait, I have to take a screenshot. This is so silly. Wait. I'm very normal about this. I'm so normal. I'm just gonna take a screenshot later of my VOD. If anybody in chat would like to take a screenshot and send a silly over to my clips over in the Discord, I would greatly appreciate that. You could put it in here. Hello, sir, can I get you a drink? Yeah, this game is modded. You didn't know? I'm in the game. No, Rogue, you're so sweet. Oh, all right. You got a nice cold glass of milk for me? Oh yeah, I can't run. Seaweed. Oh, am I just collecting a bunch of stuff for Elizabeth now? This is great. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we'll let the ad run in a minute. You're so sweet, Rogue. Thank you. I'm just collecting all sorts of things for Elizabeth. So, let's see. Okay, I won't move too far. I do have an ad coming up in a minute. So I'm gonna give my warning now. For anybody who is unsubbed, unfortunately, I will have 3-minute ads going. The ads thankfully take away pre-roll ads for whenever new viewers or raiders come in. So it doesn't, you know, dissuade them from hanging around the stream, catch what I'm doing right away. If you could stick around, I'd greatly appreciate it. I'm not going to be doing any content during the ad break. I will take a moment to stand up and walk so that I can stretch, have some water, and I think that you guys should also take a break. I know it's only been an hour, but it's good to take breaks if you've just been sitting at your desk, okay? Bella unsubs to watch ads and resubs Austria. No. If you are subbed, it's fine. The subs also do give back with to the ads. You guys just get to hang around and see my BRB screen. But yeah, I also want to go for a swim looking at the water. Are there Iru kanji? What is Iru kanji? But yeah, I will be back. I think the ad should be starting in a minute. It's hard because it says it's starting soon, but it takes a minute. I'll get used to the flow of how these ads go. Oh, let me stand next to Akihiko at the very least. Hee. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna go ahead to my BRB screen. Oh, there you go. Okay, I'll be back, you guys. We're back. Okay. Well, at least Seribot is on time. It's just unfortunate because I typically get like a 5-minute.
I'm glad
I
everyone's
didn't
having
mean to
fun
talk to you
out there.
again, but this is fine. I typically get like the warning that an ad is happening, but then it still takes another minute and a half, I believe, for it to actually like pop. So a little confusing. It is taking some adjusting too. I appreciate everybody who sticks around for them. Ido kanji are tiny jellyfish the size of the fingernail. Stingers on the bell as well as the tentacles. They cause immense pain for weeks and fill the victim with... Oh. That's kind of scary for a jellyfish that small. Indonesia and Northern Australia. You know, I'm not surprised that they're found in Southeast Asia and in Australia. But hello. Hi, Parasite. And yes, it's me, BK. It's me. Right, the transition is so good. Again, person who made the transition as well as my just chatting, it is Hoya. I believe he does provide it over on his Gumroad, so you can purchase for use. The credits should be in my Twitch panels over below if you're on that website. Yeah, they suck if you see a sign on the beach and don't swim. Oh, that's terrifying. You parasite! You can't just steal it from
If you
me.
need to take a break.
I will lend you my honey. You must bring me more honey back. The interest is 200%. 200% more honey. Why do you say it like that, Junpei? Also, don't pick up the tiny pretty octopus in the rock pools. Oh, yeah, I'm scared of like sea creatures. Oh, am I not? Okay. Did I see everything already? Am I supposed to do something else? Yo, we talking ocean facts? Yeah, Rogue's talking about some Idu kanji, which are like really, really dangerous jellyfish. Am I missing something? Can I go out this way? Well, oh, okay. This is the mansion. Oh wait, yeah, that's all I can do. So I'm gonna go back. Steals honey. I'm expecting 200% interest back on that parasite. Largest jellyfish is the man of war. Oh, stingers can get over 100. That sounds like a deep sea creature, though. That's terrifying.
Even the food was fancier than I could have imagined. I've never had to think about the proper way to use a fork and knife so much.
It's not.
I can't eat anymore. Not even another bite of caviar.
I want
No one said you had to try to eat all of it.
Well, I'm sure we're all exhausted from the trip. Why don't you go rest up in your rooms?
Oh, are you not coming with us, Senpai?
Yes, I'll join you in just a minute.
Wow, a lot of cutscenes for this.
It's been a while.
That Joshua can hit so hard it can punch? Oh. Like a bullet? Jesus.
I'm glad that you're in good health.
Our guests are residents of the dorm, I presume.
Also, this is this voice is Shinjiro's old VA, right? I think we talked about this too, right?
I'm sorry for bringing such a crowd.
I heard you told them about the incident. Why did you hide it for so long?
I wasn't hiding it.
I've told you time and again, none of the blame is yours.
But...
Two in harmony surpasses one in perfection. That has been our guiding principle since the Kirijo family separated from the Nanjo group. You must learn to trust in others, Mitsuru.
Oh, I do find I like how gruff Shinjiro and Akihiko now are compared to their past EAs. Like, I did like their voices at the time, but I do like the change in voices this game.
There are things in this world that cannot be accomplished alone, no matter how many sacrifices you make.
I understand.
You accessed our database, didn't you? That brings me to my next question. Why didn't you ask me directly, instead of using this trip as an excuse?
I also feel like hearing Kirijo's dad speak, though, I can only think of Shinjiro. Feels more streamlined. Yeah, it does. Anything good today? What did I have today? I started my day with a chocolate chip muffin and a matcha latte. I had to leave my house a little extra early since there was some road work being done by my house, and I had to get out of my garage before they blocked off my road. Lion's mane jellyfish. Ooh, I'll have to look for that. You know,
I'm sorry.
Listen, I'm down bad for the Kirijo family. This is fine.
Here, all of them. I have no intention of concealing the truth from them. I've made preparations.
It's simply genetics.
Everything.
Minus the grandpa. It's simply genetics.
There's a girl named Takiba in your group, correct? For her to awaken to her power, it must be fate.
Father?
From what I understand, Mitsuru has already given you the short version.
Oh, yes.
Well, it's true. We adults are to blame. If I could have atoned for it with my life, I would have done so. Now I have no choice but to rely on you. What my father wanted to create with those monsters' power, it was a time manipulation device.
That's what he was trying to do?
Imagine if you
It's
could
so funny
control
getting
the flow of
refreshed this
time,
plot
eliminate unwanted events
since I don't remember the middle of this
such
game.
device. You could shape the future to your liking.
Damn, that's insane.
Unfortunately, under my father's direction, the research began to stray from its original goal. In his later years, my father seemed to have only nihilism in his heart. In fact, his madness may have resulted from his struggle to break free from that. It's only natural that you want to know the truth, and it's my duty to tell you.
What's this?
This is the only existing footage of the accident, recorded by a scientist who was at the scene.
A video recording?
Oh, another anime cutscene?
I can only hope that this recording reaches someone with a conscience.
Wait a sec.
My employer has become obsessed with a loathsome idea. This experiment should never have been conceived. I'm afraid the damage will be staggering. At this point, it's unavoidable. But I didn't have a choice. If I didn't do this, it could have destroyed the entire world.
Destroyed the entire world?
Whoever is watching this, please, I need you to listen to me very carefully. The shadows that were amassed here have been dispersed as a result of the explosion. In order to end this, you have no choice but to eliminate all of them. I am the one responsible for this. I knew the risks, but I was blinded by the promise of success, and so I chose to continue without objections. I am responsible.
It's not your fault!
Huh? Dad? You mean that was...
Man!
Father.
His name was Eiichiro Takiba. He was the head researcher at the time, and a very talented man. But we are the ones who are responsible. We pushed him to continue the research. The Kirijo group is to blame for his death.
Are you... So that means... my dad caused it all. The Dark Hour. Tartarus. The people who died. It was all his fault?
Hey.
So is that why you were hiding this? Because you felt sorry for me? Is that it?
No, Takeba,
Emotional damage.
I don't want your pity!
No.
Takeba!
Baby girl, come back. It was the grandpa's fault. Yeah, it really was.
Will you go? Thank you.
Thank you for the head pats, Aurello. Hey, Aurello, remember how I said all my favorite games have very sad stories? You would even say it's my fault, Parasite. No. Oh no, when they play this track, it always gets me tearing up.
Remember what I told you at the hospital? How my dad died when I was little. You understand now, right? He died in that incident. Nobody knew the truth, so there were all sorts of rumors. Because he was in charge of the research team, people were really mean to me and my mom. We even had to move a few times.
I love it here. Depression is cool. Nice trauma dump. Can you keep it out of general, please? Oh, Aru. MCB likes to your dad killed my parents then. I swear it's Pavlov for me to just immediately start tearing up when I hear this soundtrack play. Only complaints would be there's no female MC. Yeah.
All this time, I kept telling myself it wasn't.
We are getting
his
the
fault.
DLC though, Parasite. We are getting the answer. I don't know if you heard. Like that? Can we can just drop it in vent? Oh my god. No, I can't turn this scene hilarious. It's too emotional for me.
I loved him a lot. And I believed he'd never do anything wrong. I received a letter back in spring. It was from him, written 10 years ago. It cracked me up, because even though he said to my family, it was more or less all about me. And that only made me believe in him more. When I found out I had a special power, I thought it was fate. I was scared. But I thought if I cooperated with the Kirijo group, I might find out what really happened. That's why I agreed to fight using my persona. But now I can see it was all for nothing.
That's not true.
You're just trying to make me feel better. Reality sure is harsh, huh? I tried so hard to fight my fear. And this is what I get. And you know, I think maybe I was jealous, too. I mean, after all that's happened, why does Kirijo-senpai's father get to live? I'm a horrible person, aren't I?
Damn, some of those answers, that's just how life is.
I don't know how you do it. You're always so calm. Nothing ever phases you. Did you really think I could just be cheered up so easily? You think you know me?
Okay, hold on.
Anything.
Hold on now.
I'm sorry. I can barely make sense of all of this. I'm so afraid. I just feel so lost now. Just tell me, what am I supposed to do now?
Stay with us and fight. Oh my god, chat. Let her trauma dump. Leave her alone. Leave Brittany alone.
Huh? You really are something else. Sorry for acting like this. I know you've lost your parents too. I'll be alright. I'm used to dealing with stressful situations. Anyway, thanks for listening. Let me guess. Senpai asked you to bring me back, right? Aren't you a smooth talker? Thanks, though.
Will it let me? Can I? Can I? Do I have enough courage for this? 2? What do you mean 2?
Hey!
No, Jimmy! Fuck off!
Yeesh, what's taking you guys so long? Everybody was getting worried. It's almost the dark hour, so we gotta head back.
That's right.
No, I'm actually not going for her, Parasite. I'm actually going for Mitsudo. But she's not dateable yet. Not until like September.
Did I miss something?
Oh, I was just trying to comfort her.
I just almost forgot. It doesn't matter where you are when the dark hour comes.
Are we not smart enough?
Oh, come on. That's common sense.
I'm not two-timing. I'm not two-timing. I'm simply comforting a friend. I have not hung out with her. I have not had the chance to hang out with the girls yet. Excuse me. I'm massaging her face with my chest. Hugs you, blushes.
You know, I've been thinking lately. Once you awaken to the power of Persona, you remember everything.
Exactly.
That
Bros hug
during the
bros.
dark hour.
We're allowed.
In exchange for power, you can no longer look away from the things you don't want to see. We can't escape reality, can we?
Yeah. So you just kiss the homies sometimes. What?
I guess we've just gotta stay strong.
Exactly.
Huh?
Not all hugs are romantic.
Yeah, guess so. All right then. Let's head on back.
Yeah, exactly. Yukari's a great homie. Yeah, if I poured my heart out, I would love a hug. If you didn't hug me, I probably would not pour my heart out to you anymore. Just being honest.
The air is so fresh. I never thought a walk in the woods could be so enjoyable. You can't do this in Iwatodai.
Oh. Fuka's just like, I'm just trying to enjoy the air.
Oh, did you hear about Junpei-kun yesterday? He was acting so indecent, I didn't know how to react.
Fuka, baby girl, you're so
We
sweet.
came out here by ourselves.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Chimpei, what?
One moment. Let
Yeah,
me
she's
switch
really
over
trying.
to speakerphone. Go ahead.
Well, I'm at the lab here on the island, and a machine that was considered inoperable suddenly left the facility on
Well,
its
that's
own.
kind of suspicious.
Machine? What kind of machine is it? I need more information to locate anything other than shadows.
It's a type of combat vehicle. An anti-shadow weapon, to be precise.
You know, a cute machine, kinda.
You mean like a tank? We gotta tell the others. Where's my phone?
A toaster?
We're not currently with everyone, so it might take some time for us to regroup.
Why do they call this machine a
I
vehicle?
want you to handle this as soon as you can. I'm on my way there now.
If we can't
Persona
secure
is
the
Dragon Ball
target,
Z.
do we have permission to destroy it?
You know, that's a pretty good comparison.
I highly doubt you will be able to destroy
You.
it.
You can't just say
What?
that. You can't just say that.
How are we?
You can't just say that.
Do your best. I'll call you again later.
You're not wrong.
Who's answering?
But you know,
Don't worry about it.
we haven't even
Let's go
seen
back
the
and get our
machine yet.
Once we do that, we can have Yamagishi's persona scan the area. Although searching the whole island won't be easy.
Like,
The one time we
Right.
met, and they're nowhere to be found.
Huh? The girl's not up yet?
Save a horse, ride a robot? Question mark? Tiffins! Hi, Tiffins! Welcome in, welcome in.
Man, those sleepyheads. The ocean's not gonna sit around and wait for us, you know?
Once the sun sets, the water temperature drops, tiring you out much faster.
Huh? I guess. That's really what you're worried about?
Junpei, that reminds me.
No, it's not. It's not. It's Alejandro Saab.
Didn't one of the maids give you something as we were leaving?
You saw that, huh?
Are you talking about Junpei? No, it's not Junpei. He's Zeno. Zeno. He does a really good job voicing Junpei, though. I really actually love
You're a
his voice for Junpei.
Okay, let's see here. It says we've gone to see the Jomon Cedar Tree. Huh?
Huh?
This looks like Yamagishi's handwriting.
Yeah, no, it's not Max
An
Middleman. It's
island
Zeno's.
resort in the middle
Or
of
Zeno, I'm
summer.
sorry.
Why are they going to the beach? That's just not right.
Well, it is your fault.
What do
Yeah.
you mean? I just wanted to lighten the mood yesterday.
I don't want to hear it.
Well, it doesn't matter now anyways. We're on our own. Just the guys. This
Just
is
the
the
guys.
frontier of romance. We're bound to meet someone new out here. We'll call this Operation Yakushima Beach Fling.
I swear.
Flame.
Hawks guy.
You mean we're gonna pick up girls?
How about it, Sonata-san?
Yeah. I mean, his character is very similar to Ryuji.
Guaranteed
Junpei and Ryuji are very similar in terms of like the trio, right? Obviously, you got Yukari, who kind of is like on. Oh, he plays Hawks in the My Hero dub? I didn't know that.
I should have known this was your plan. What do you think about this?
Yeah, sounds like a hassle. I don't want to pick up girls. I know who I want to pick up.
What? Don't tell me you want to spend the whole day with just us three.
Junpei's so silly. Akiko has no interest. Exactly. Tippins, did you see in clips in my Discord? You should take a peek in clips in my Discord.
Come on, guys. It'll be fun.
Then I'm appointing him our leader, as usual.
What? Why?
You said it yourself. This is an operation.
Oh man, that's bullshit. You better take this seriously.
Yes.
It's an important operation.
Why is one of them not wearing? He's wearing Speedos. They're there. Oh my god, this freaking music. I'm dead. I am dead. Look, there's Speedos. Look, there's Speedos. He's wearing pants, you guys. See? Those are pants. This is Tartarus music, isn't it? Pantsless behavior. Hi, Fake. How's it going? He's on that Winnie the Pooh type fit. Exactly.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Target
Junpei, stop
set.
this. I hate.
Let's move in for the kill.
I know the deep breath is, yeah, it's killing me. Google respect me. I'm being respectful. Respectfully disrespectful.
Okay, this.
I don't care about the girls,
First off, give them an easy
Junpei.
question to get the ball. Something like, "Where you from?" Or,
I'm rolling my eyes.
once you get
Why wear a
started,
shirt if
you'll
he's
be
not
going
wearing
back
start?
and forth like you're playing
VK.
catch.
Oh, okay, no, I understand now. I was gonna say, have you seen him in the fighting game? Because he looks real good. Thank you, much appreciated. This is actually my alt colors. I normally look like this, but I'm using my my alt colors for Persona since it's a blue. I gotta stick with the theme. Yeah, I understood after VK.
Okay.
Thank you. You're so sweet. Hold on. For anybody who doesn't know who my model parent is, please. I love my model papa. Please, please, please check them out. Actually, do I have them under parent? Yes, there you go. Yeah. So these are the credits for my model. I did get V-bridging done, so it is also done by... I need to check that. It's not Ponko Fox. It's Ponko Chu. It's fixed in my credits. But in case you want to know who did my model art and rig, it is V-Joyce, or Niji. And the V-bridging for my face is done by Ponko. I hate this. I can't believe I have to ask this. I'm just gonna say, where are you from? This is the
None of your
least.
business.
Okay. You got it. Bye.
Hey, no need to be shy.
Blue Mari. Yes,
tell
this is
you
my
what
blue bear form. Thank you.
Why? Well. Come on, we're just making conversation.
How is this like playing catch?
Akihiko asking the real questions here.
Watch and learn. So, ladies, are you in college? Or maybe you're already working?
You guys seem a little young.
I am Lou.
Are you still in high school?
Wait, why did my category go back to just chatting? Hello? I'm gonna casually. Is that just me? Did it go back? I was looking at my OBS and I was like, why does it say just chatting? It says P3? OBS? Are you okay? Okay, as long as it says P3 for everybody. That confused me.
High school kids vacationing in Yakushima, that kind of pisses me off.
Okay, ma'am.
Feel that way.
Aki.
We're only here because we were invited to our friend's vacation home.
Wow, a vacation home in Yakushima? Good for your
These
friend.
girls are so
We,
uninterested.
on the other hand, had to save up our own money to come here.
Oh, that's a pretty big accomplishment, huh?
This fish.
No, not really. So
Yeah,
what do you guys
they're
want?
a little much. Nothing. Goodbye.
Great. Then, bye-bye.
Yeah, you were playing catch, all right.
Hey, I did my best.
The battle music is still killing me.
If that's how you feel, then show us how it's done.
No.
Why do I have to show you anything?
Well, you said this was an operation.
Thank you for the yeah reading.
Aren't we supposed to work together in order to succeed?
I guess you've got a point there. Fine, I'll give it a shot.
No!
Sure I'll do
I don't want to
better
see this. He's cheating
Can you
right
give
in
me a
front of me.
I'll go ahead and set the pace.
Right in front of my eyes. This is cheating. Cheating behavior from my boyfriend. Oh no. What the? Is he called Sweaty Man? Oh my god, he's called Sweaty Man. What are you? Man with hat. Fierce guy. Okay. Can't believe our boyfriend would do this to us. Shake my head. SMH, shake my head. SMH, SMH. Just replace the next girl with myself? You're right, you're right. Okay, that's it here, right? That's all I can do here? Oh, wait. Commence the operation. This battle music is killing me. There's no one else to talk to. Oh, never mind. I see it.
Oh, spotted a new set of targets.
I can't believe this. I can't believe
What are you
this.
waiting for, Sonata-san? Show us what you got.
Yes, you may. Actually, Big, if you check in, if you do the check-in function, you can get a copy that way.
Just keep your mouth shut.
Oh no. Oh no.
Hey, Nobuko. Are those boys looking at us?
Oh, yeah, they are.
There you go. Thank you for checking in.
Wow, Yoshie. I'm surprised you could see from over there.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Ooh, Choco Frap. Please enjoy. That instant go. Hold on. Enjoy it.
All right.
Oh my god. I'm like hand and face flushed for secondhand embarrassment, please.
Hi there.
Uh-huh. You got it. You're so silly, Akiko.
Sorry to bother you, but I wanted to ask you something.
And what would that be?
Are you two here alone?
Hello, welcome in, Raiders. How's it going, Galliums? Get a quick little shout out for Galliums. Did I spell that right? Just want to make sure that's spelled right. Ah, okay. Hello, a Persona 3 fan. How's it going? How's it going? For those of you that don't know me, hello. My name is Gumari Morimitsu. I am a brown bear VTuber, but I like to play a variety of games. Currently, it's Persona 3 and Monster Hunter World. I am currently blue to match the aesthetic of Persona 3. But how are you enjoying? Thank you so much for stopping in. And also, VK, please have a good sleep. Thank you so much for lurking. I appreciate it. Have a good open, good open at work. And yes, I hope my boyfriend. It's okay. I will never be embarrassed in front of my boyfriend. Never. Hold on. I'm dead. This is yeah. Oh my god, ready to crash. Oh yeah, no worries, Grandia. Thank you so much for stopping in. I appreciate you coming in. I hope you enjoyed your time. And I hope I get to catch you around, okay? I'm good. Thank you for asking. It's okay. Typos happen. How was your stream? Do you have a good stream?
Are you hitting on us?
No, not at all. We just thought that if you're bored, you might want to talk or
Oh my god.
a chance meeting like this might stir things up for both of us, you know?
Isn't that what it means to hit on someone?
SOS.
It's lame to hit on girls at the beach nowadays.
Aw, come on. We were bored anyway.
Ooh, Fuka's movie is the best. I'm so excited for you. I hope that this isn't spoilers for you. If it is your first time playing, just so you know, I am pretty far ahead. I am in on July 21st. I'm about a third of the way through the game. So if you don't want any spoilers, I understand if you've gotta dip out. Not spoilers. Okay, perfect. Are you enjoying it though? I super love how the battle mechanics are and all the quality of life stuff that they've done. Everything's been so gorgeous. I've been having a great time playing it, and I hope you have been too. Screaming out for an SOS after having to witness these pickup lines? Listen, I will still date him. I'm not judging. I love me an awkward man who can't flirt.
Besides, they look kinda cool.
Really, Nobuko?
Aurello, you want to be spoiled? I can spoil you. It's a lot of fun without copying off of 5 and 4. Yeah. Well, Persona 3 is actually... so, Portable was my very first Persona game. So, it's very much so one of my favorite. Also, its story is definitely top for me. Definitely a top fave for me.
Hey, how old do we look to you?
Velvet Puppy, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you enjoy your stay here. Yeah. Around the same as us. Best story in my opinion? Yes. Best story in my opinion as well.
The same as you.
Sojiro! Hi, Zig. Hi. How's it going?
We're just trying to be nice. We've actually been out of college a few years now.
Oh, you are? That's too bad.
This is so silly. I cannot. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So this is actually my alt model. This is my normal model. I do technically have one more look. Unfortunately, I have not had a full debut yet to showcase like everything, but this is the normal look. This is the normal look. If you ever were to flip the invert the colors on my canvas, the blue and the purple eyes are actually what you would get from my normal look. Yeah, I tried to mimic as much of the gameplay as possible. I absolutely adore this game. For anybody who's coming in, hold on. I have one more thing to show off. I'm going to switch over to it real quick because I think it's so silly. I know the game music is still playing, but this is the chatting screen that I use specifically for Persona days. I have more? Yes, I do, Saku. The credits for the stinger and the overlay goes to Hoya on Twitter. I should have them down on my Twitch panels. But then what? Oh my god. Thank you for the sub, Velvet. Much appreciated. But like the outline and the little square that you can't really see behind me, I mimicked the square there as well too. So yeah, fun stuff. I love Persona. I love it so much. So but yeah, I'm good, Sojiro. It's nice to hear from you again. I'm excited to be streaming and playing Persona again as usual. But yeah, all the Persona games definitely have they're all really good stories. I just am very partial to 3. It's definitely got like my top favorite characters in it. It's a good part of the game, so but yeah, enjoy the pancake batch. Enjoy the emotes. I hope you enjoy them. They are done by my good friend Pina. You love Persona a lot, so you're excited. Have you played this before? Just so you know, I hope you know that this is spoilers. Just so you're aware. But we're going through some fun story stuff today.
That's fine by us. Older women are more mature and experienced.
Swear, Junpei. You're further this part. Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure. Have you played this before, though? Have you played the original, or have you played the portable version? Junpei, no. I know. But yeah, Galliums, Persona 4 Remake. Honestly though, there's P4 Golden, which I feel like
You know,
is the
you're a
remake,
pretty
you know?
smooth talker for someone so young. How old are you guys anyway?
I can't believe this scene. It's
Truth
killing
is, we're in high
Jubei,
school.
shut up!
I'll be graduating next year.
Hold on. I can fix this. I can fix this. I can fix this. I can fix this. I can... It's fine. We're gonna have the scene like this, okay? This is how we're gonna do it. I'm fixing it. Uh-huh, you're graduating next year?
Oh gosh, that's more of an age gap than I was expecting.
See, it's not gonna work
Oh,
out.
no. It's gonna work out for me and
I doubt you're
Aki.
having any
Trust
fun
me.
talking to us.
But yeah, Persona 1 and 2 definitely need an overhaul. I would like to play those games. I've never played those games, and because of Persona P3P, I would really like to play the rest of them. Play P3P when you were a kid. Oh, okay. I finished P3P, and I only got through a bit of Fess. So I'm very excited about the answer that they've added. But yeah, they've done so many good things for the for Reload that I'm very, very happy, and I highly recommend it for people who have been like, yeah, I've never played Persona. It's like, oh, then you should play Reload. It's a really good story, and it's like all the stuff that they've done to refresh the game has just been so positive. Right, it's boring.
Wow.
Akihiko has game but does not know how to use that game. He has he doesn't need to know how to use that game for me. World's biggest Akihiko simp, #1. 1 and 2 are good. Yeah, I've heard of that. I definitely want to play SMT5. Any of the SMT series that I can play on either Switch or PC, I will probably get next time there is a sale if I'm able to. But yeah, 3 is my favorite story, so I always like pushing for it. Also, the OG actors are in it though. Have you noticed? Have you noticed a couple of them? Oh, I messed up.
What do you mean, Yoshie? He was just kidding.
Oh, 5 is coming out on PC soon? Then I'll probably wait for PC. I think I kind of want to get it on Switch, if only to play portable. I don't know yet if I would end up streaming it. Yeah, no worries, Gallium. Thank you so much again for stopping in. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your evening, and I hope to catch you around. Elizabeth? Elizabeth is Elizabeth. And Officer Kurosawa. Sure is Akihiko.
Nice to everyone.
Oh, come on. It's been ages since I've done this.
We've teased these kids enough. We should head back. They're gonna be waiting on us, you know.
They? I mean, you have boyfriends?
Oh my god, Jubei.
Oh, right. Sorry, forgot to mention that. Well, we gotta go now. We're meeting our boyfriends back at the villa for a barbecue. You can come if you want.
Oh my god.
Bye.
Bye.
Sonata-san?
Your only problem on Switch is that it's oh yeah, that is fair. Like on PC, everything would just look so much better.
What happened? They look like a bunch of idiots.
No, he had great game. Akihiko was amazing. 10 out of 10 would date on the spot.
Wait either. Gotta come through on the next one. You hear me?
I'm losing my mind over this freaking battle music.
There's a woman over there all alone.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, I want to play Nier Replicant. I'm actually at that point. I've been thinking I might not stream it. I might just play it offline. I finished Automata on stream and I super loved it. I had such a time. I regret not saving my bots for that. I was sobbing through the end. It's me. It's wait. Wait, this is for screen cap purposes for myself for later that I need to edit. Don't mind me, you guys. Don't mind me. How do I full screen my preview? There it is. I am a little delulu and this is fine. I'm only a little delulu and this is fine.
It's unusual to find someone not in a group.
Hold on. Wait. I apologize. I apologize to Aru. You are my last DM. Don't mind me Don't mind me. Need these. Listen, I have fun here. I have fun here.
No boyfriends to be seen in the area.
Yeah, thank you, Velvet. Honestly, I'm worried about the gameplay. Just because I feel like Nier was a little rough.
Alright, time to make contact. Excuse me, miss.
Are we gonna... Oh, we're coming up. Okay, we're coming up. Oh, this is unfortunate placement.
Oh, hello.
Okay.
Can I help you?
Yeah, Automata is the battle mechanics are definitely a lot better from what I've heard. Oh, she's hot. Junpei, shut up!
You here alone?
Yeah, Junpei, shut up.
And I'm so bored. I've been watching you, by the way. You've been trying to pick up girls for a while.
I'm dead. But yes, there is a charm in his lack of game. I love how flustered Aki can get.
Well, how'd you do?
Honestly, gonna be honest, it was not good.
That's what I thought. You boys don't understand women at all.
Guess I can't deny that.
You in the hat. You're way too wrapped up in yourself. Shouldn't
Say
you
it.
be
Say it
thinking
as it
more
is.
about how to make your partner happy?
Yes, ma'am.
You in the t-shirt. You're the type that's stoic, but not very experienced with girls.
Yeah, I guess that might be true.
He's just like me for real. You.
You seem
Bark.
like kind of a hassle too. Like you're super logical about everything.
Tibbins!
And you, with the long hair. I'm not sure about you.
Hey, don't hold back. Don't hold back.
I mean, you're mysterious. Like, no one can ever tell what you're really thinking. You know what I mean?
Okay, I do. I'm mysterious.
Oh, you're so smart.
Is this it? Is this my time to shine? Am I picking up girls?
I think.
Oh.
Hey, wait a second!
Just joking. I like you a lot too.
Really?
Want me to tell you what would make me really happy?
Yes, ma'am.
Could I ask you to help me put on
Oh my god.
What? I mean,
Wait, Akihiko's face is killing me.
Of course I am. I have enough
Wait.
for you too.
Akihiko's face is killing me right now. Are you seeing this? Hold on. Where's my sources? Are you guys... Please? Please? Huh? Oh shoot. He's just so confused. He's not having it. No.
Oh man, I'm really sorry guys, but I'm not passing up this chance.
Would you two like to join too? I'll give you a good deal.
The deal?
You know that sun in the sky isn't real, right? That's an artificial sun that got sent into space back in the 1980s.
Huh?
You didn't know? Turns out that sun sends out harmful rays that mess with your body's equilibrium.
Hold on, she's a little crazy. I think we need to step away. I think we need to step away.
If you opt in right now, you can get 3 bottles for just 300,000 yen.
Hey, doesn't she sound kind of strange?
Retreat, retreat. Bye.
Aw, you're so cool.
Hold the phone, y'all. I thought we were getting somewhere for once.
This sucks so much.
The name definitely changed to Delusional Lady. Also, hello, Gio. Welcome back. I'm so happy they changed it.
What's wrong with you? I thought you weren't interested in picking up chicks.
She's right.
If I'm in a match,
Birds aren't real either. You know, that's true. That's true. Also, hi, Vigera. How's it going?
I know what our problem is. You can't control yourself.
What? Don't blame this on me.
It really was just Tanaka.
I'm just stating the obvious.
He was trying to sell more stuff to us.
Not like you scored either, Sonata-san. Why you always gotta be so logical? Even in front of babes. It doesn't make any sense.
This argument is so silly. I'm crying. Just boys bickering.
That's it. Leader, whose fault do you think it is?
I'm gonna be biased.
Just as I thought.
Vader! Anyways, what the hell do you know about...
No, I'm not gonna be honest. I'm gonna be biased. I'm now on date. Oh my god, please get some rest, Vidira. Also, you too, Gio. Get some rest. Yeah, the guess was so silly. I think I have it saved. Yeah, perfect. I saved it. Traitor!
What? Do you see something?
Is it time? Is it time? Is it time? Gio, thank you for the... Yeah? She gets the prettiest scene. Gorgeous. Yo, is that the anti-shadow riding machine?
Talk about saving the best for last. Now that's what I'm talking about. Holy
Me.
hell.
Me. My turn. My turn.
Yes.
My turn.
Oh man, this is insane. If we nail this, it'll blow our failures out of the water.
I'm a fool.
How about this time? We try going one by one.
I should have backtracked. And I should have put myself a bracket.
All right, I'm in.
There it is. There it is, you guys. This is it. This is the moment. This is all the way in the distance. Anyways. Hold on. I can't keep sending these to Aru. I'm gonna find my DMs with you, Rai. Do not mind me. Send him my way. Okay, I have permission from Morello to just send my screenshots over. No.
Okay, let's decide.
Welcome, iterators. Aru, don't mind my DMs. I'm caught simping. Hello, welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? How's it going, gamers? How is the league games? I'm totally not flustered right now. Did you get any doves? I hope you guys got some doves. If you guys haven't checked out Lost, please do. Please do. Really cool gamer dude. Likes to play a lot of gacha games, some Honkai, some League of Legends. Actually, are you streaming our gameplay tomorrow, Lost? Are you streaming it? I forgot to ask. I don't care if you are, or if it's just online, but if you are streaming it, I believe I'll be on Lost's channel tomorrow night. Like late evening? Question mark? Oh god, wait, hold on. I'm snoozing that ad. That was very close. I caught that. Yeah, welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Beastie. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna be over on Lost channel tomorrow evening. I'm gonna be playing some Back 4 Blood with a couple cool folks that I have yet to have the pleasure of playing with. But I'm excited. I trust Lost. Good company. I probably won't. I will enjoy the game. I will just enjoy the game, and I'll just enjoy your stream. No, you are the sweetest. Thank you for bringing over your community as always. Anybody coming in with Lost? I understand it's pretty late over there on that side of the world. You gotta go eat, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go sleep. Please take care of yourself first. I am 4 hours into this game and I've just been yapping. I've been yapping my mouth away and simping over Akihiko. SOS for me, my heart. Yeah, you're gonna lurk. I hope you enjoy it. Honestly, it's just been me taking stupid, silly little screenshots of my model. Listen, the beach episode is always the best episode, so yeah.
Ready? Rock, paper, scissors!
Oh. I'm gonna win no matter what, right? Right? It's 2:42. Yes. Please get some sleep. I don't know how you do it. You're insane. Get some rest. I'll catch you tomorrow, okay? Night, gamer. I'm gonna go with rock. I lost.
Yeah! Okay, I'll go first, Sonata second, and you'll go last.
Okay.
Here goes! Hey. I notice you've been, staring at the ocean. So,
thank you for the snooze.
With anyone? My name's Junpei.
You know, Junpei? Same.
I was just wondering if you'd be down to talk. If you're not busy. I mean, it's more fun than standing here all by yourself, right?
I am looking for someone.
Oh, I love your voice.
Oh, yeah?
They made her so.
You are not that someone.
Rejected. Outright.
Wow. You got shot down faster than I expected.
Got his ass.
She's a tough one.
Don't worry about me.
Oh no, sweetheart.
Oh, hey. You like the motion?
Who comes up flirting like this at the beach?
Is your question directed at me?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I like the ocean. You know, I heard something interesting about triathletes who train at indoor pools. Apparently, they get outperformed by athletes who train in the ocean.
That information is irrelevant to me.
You come here often? I'm dead. He tried his best.
Well, I won. I talked to her longer than you did.
Me talking to someone about the gym every time. Damn, Ara, is this how you hit on girls? Hey, you come here often?
It doesn't matter how long you talk to her.
Call them. This man needs an ambulance for that burn.
This sucks. I could cry.
Hey, don't cry. Ugh, you're making me feel bad.
Well, that's where we are. If you can't pull this off, I'm gonna be traumatized for the rest of my life.
We're on the ropes, but it's not over yet.
You were not in battle. I can't believe you, Akihiko. That is a battle line.
It's all up to you now.
That is also a battle line. I'll avenge you. I got you, Aki. This win is for both of us. I'm saying it. I'm saying it.
Ew.
Hey, baby.
Surprised. We should go over there.
Initiating evasive maneuver. Confirmation must be made at a secure location.
Baby, baby, baby. Oh my god, Saku. Thank you for listening to me. I'm so embarrassed. Oh.
Hey, what did you say to make her run away like that?
No, listen.
Well, what are you waiting for? Go after
It's a tactic. It's a tactic.
This could turn into serious trouble. You gotta go tell her you're sorry.
Oh, I did not mean to skip that. Ah, right into the forest I go. Hello, what do you guys say?
Come on, go after her. Get on your knees, beg for forgiveness, and introduce her to me. Please?
Oh my god, no!
The way she just started off is odd. I'm not sure what you said to her.
Oh, he's
but you
so
better clear
sweet.
up the misunderstanding.
Akiko's just so sweet. Ooh, Persona themed stuff. Honestly, I've been thinking hard about it after playing a lot of Persona 3. I'm so tempted. I'm very, very tempted. Hey, Kyo, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I'd be so uncomfortable running up this forest in sandals. She Naruto run. Listen, Tippins. She's a fighting dreamer. She's gotta go. Please. Okay, so I have no more snoozes for my ads. I think I'm going to just let it... I love my robot wife. She is so stupid. Now, oh my god, Ratsuni. So, I'm... have a good shower. Have a good shower, Lurk. I'm gonna manually run this one just so we can get the ad out of the way so I don't get caught into a cutscene and I can't skip. But I'm gonna take a moment again to stand up and stretch. Again, everybody who is watching, please take a break, get some water, have a snack if you're hungry. But do stretch. So I will force this ad, and I'll be back. I pressed. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I'll be right back. We're good. We're good. We're good. I had no more snoozes, so we're gonna keep going. Yeah, what was that, Kyo? Looking for someone to redraw your OC. Ooh. I've been meaning to redraw my own OCs one day. Oh, perfect. I think I took that break at the right moment. Oh, she's so cute.
Now I am certain. I have found you. I have been searching for you. My highest priority is to be at your side.
Yes, ma'am.
What? Are you freaking kidding me?
What's going on? He didn't even say anything to her.
There you guys are.
I'm so happy we finally have Igus here.
What are you doing here? We've been looking all over for you.
Right. Oh my god.
What are you doing in the middle of the woods in your swimsuits?
You have no idea what we've... Huh?
Huh?
Who's this? And why is she hugging you?
Listen, we have a slight situation here. I'm sorry to interrupt your vacation, but I need everyone to go back to the house and gear up.
That won't be necessary. We found what we were looking for.
Mr. Chairman, what do you mean?
Oh yeah, thank you for joining the server, Kyo. Aw, I'm sorry about that. I hope you can find somebody to redraw your OCs quick.
You had me worried. You can't just leave the lab on your own, Igus.
Understood.
She's here! She's here!
Sorry for all the trouble. Everything is under control now.
What happened to securing the tank?
Oh, that's been taken care of. Igus, join us over here.
Understood.
This is Igus. As you can see, she's a machine with the form and face of a human girl.
I am Igus. My objective is to exterminate shadows. I have been assigned to seize, effective immediately.
No way. It's like she's alive.
This is unbelievable.
How can a robot be this cute?
My robot girlfriend can't be this cute.
10 years ago, a plan was enacted to create anti-shadow weapons. A contingency in the event a shadow became unmanageable. Igus was the last one to be made. And she's the only one that still remains today.
Jubei, back off.
An anti-shadow weapon.
She hugged me.
Does that mean she has a persona too?
Correct. I am capable of wielding the persona called Palladian.
She suffered major damage in combat her first year out, and she's been kept in the lab ever since. I'm still not sure as to why she suddenly reactivated herself this morning. In any case, I hope you'll all get along.
An anti-shadow weapon, possessing a will all her own. This is amazing!
I really love like the surprise
if
faces
you don't
for
mind me
almost every
asking,
character.
When we
their
first saw you
character portrait
earlier,
is so
you
pretty.
were, hugging our leader. Do you know him?
Yes, it is very important for me to be by his side.
Maybe her facial recognition system is malfunctioning?
Oh, is that why they show her damaged in the opening? I remember we were talking about this before where it's like, how come they're showing that? When it's like not shown in the game. I didn't realize it was more so like her first year.
Or maybe she's still half asleep. Very interesting.
Half asleep?
Well, I can ponder this later.
God
Anyhow,
damn it, Shuji.
I forgot to mention. Did you know there are a wide range of recreational facilities you can use here? There's a tennis court, pool table, and even a karaoke machine.
Karaoke machine.
Would anyone care to hear me
No,
sing?
get out. Out with you.
Man, I can't believe it's already the 3rd day of our trip. It's too bad we have to go home tomorrow. I'd totally stay longer if I could, but I can't complain too much. We went through a hell of a lot here.
Yeah, like hearing you and the chairman singing. I barely got any sleep last night.
Man, I love Toaster.
Do we have a mission at the beach today?
Nah, it's nothing like that. We just came here to have some fun.
Do you understand what it means to have fun, I guess? Yes, I am informed of the concept. Recreation is sustenance for one's mental well-being.
No worries, Kyo. Thank you for stopping in. Hope you have a good rest of your morning, afternoon, or evening.
Wow, you sure know a lot about us humans. All right, let's take one last dip before we leave.
Wait. Junpei-kun?
She's such a dork. Yeah, she is. Is it?
I'm sure she's fine.
Is it fine?
Oh, are you done already? It is best that everyone partake in this activity together.
She's so
Deriving
cute.
enjoyment alone is not the optimal method to have fun.
You've got some strong feelings on pretty weird things, don't you?
Speaking of preemptive good night. Yeah, no worries. It's nice to chat with you again, you. I'm so glad you made it in for this pivotal moment.
Well, what the heck? Might as well.
We should join them.
Agreed.
Enjoying yourselves? Quite a lot's happened during our time here, but it looks like we'll get to relax a bit today.
That would be nice.
Sonata-san, what are you doing? Come on, it's your turn.
My turn? What are they doing?
Glad to see everyone's having so much fun. I've already told you what time the ship is arriving tomorrow, right? I'll probably head over to the port early, so don't be late.
Okay, I'll let everyone know.
Why does he flex his fist as if he's putting on a glove, but he's in a swimsuit? Sir, you have no glove. What glove is there to tighten onto your hand?
Got it.
Hey, dude! Sonata-san!
All right.
Old
I guess we
habits
should
die
join
hard,
too.
they truly do. Yee, thank you, Kyo. Take care, take care. The metaphorical fun glove has been equipped. Fun glove can mean another thing, I think, depends. That sounds like an innuendo. Or is that just me?
I guess, wait, that's not what water gun means!
Huh? Yeah, okay, that's just me. We'll leave it there. The water gun. Oh my god, Junpei's getting what he deserves.
Junpei-kun is down.
I don't need to elaborate on that, Tippins. This is fine. I assume she's waterproof, right?
Wait.
That's so cute. Oh. Wow. I love seas so much. So silly. So silly. We love the beach episodes in animes, right? Always my favorite arc. Oh, not my favorite.
You seem to be in great pain.
Ah. Edgy Jesus is here.
You again.
Shit, it's them.
You mean those three? Ugh, they're freaky.
Shut up. Let's get out of here.
Dollar store Jesus.
And hide at the sight of me.
You know,
They're like
that's a better description. He is dollar store Jesus.
Beats me.
Jin, give him the capsules.
Thanks. I'll pay you the usual way.
Now hold up. This time, we'd like your payment in the form of information. Your acquaintances have been busy lately.
Love how those three just, yeah, they, no, absolutely not.
I'm referring to their activities on nights when the moon is full, of course. They've spent a great deal of time in the tower as well. I wonder, why did they take this burden upon themselves? You do know, don't you? But you don't wish to say. Is it perhaps because you're one of them?
I'm not. I've got nothing to do with them anymore.
That face, that was actually a good look. I kind of liked when he looked like
these pills
smug
are
like
more
that.
Important than a group.
It looked right. He looks so slick. I don't understand. Honestly, all the new character portraits have been so good for everybody. Honestly.
Supposedly, destroying all those creatures will put an end to the dark hour. And that weird-ass tower will disappear. It's all I know.
He looks better when he looks, like, smug.
They
Not like
intend
this.
to eliminate the dark hour completely.
It's definitely his eyes.
Why would they do such a thing?
Okay, that does not look
give
that
up
great, you
such
know?
Power. To destroy the Tower of Demise.
Tower of Demise? Who wouldn't want to take out that damn thing?
Oh, I love Chidori
Yes,
so
I know.
much. A bit nippy, right? His nipples are diamonds.
Can't go back.
They have to be.
I won't use my power again. Not after last time.
Ugh. It's my items.
Oh. Yeah.
So, she's here. Look at her.
Greetings.
These are your lodging quarters? Very well. I shall remain by your side at all times. Oh, if she could, I might be able to form a bond with her.
Well, about that.
They're so... Oh, the dorm is getting so full. I'm so happy seeing everybody. Can we go to Tartarus, or is this Okay, yeah, no we can't. Not tonight. This is a day back from vacation. She's super cute, but she's made out of steel. No way, Junpei. Not allowed. Okay. I will... Oh. That won't stop me, Junpei. Listen. Andrews are just, you know? Gestures vaguely, you know? Okay, we gotta bring stuff to Elizabeth. I don't know if I'm feeling like doing Tartarus tonight. still kissable, yeah. Yeah.
Good day. Here are my wonderful. Oh my. How splendid.
Oh, she only takes one? Okay.
Very well then.
Okay. I only want to play maybe a little bit longer. I'm getting a bit iffy, but I do. This is open. Oh. I can take a part-time job? What does that raise if I do part-time? Pay? Oh, perfect. Academics and charm, I think, is all I need. You waited 2 nights? Yeah, I can't go to Tartarus tonight. I'm gonna definitely go into Tartarus with Aegis. I'm gonna actually work here. Wait, right? Like, I should save that. That would be a good idea. Oh my god. Where are my stats that show? How do I look at my things? My academics, my charm, my courage. It was my courage that maxed out first, right? Because if it is, then this is perfect. I'm just gonna work here for my charm and my academics. Yeah. Persona, then another button. Because every time I look, I feel like I always lose track of where that is. No, this kid's stats. I looked in stats. Am I crazy? Oh, social stats. That's what they're called. Okay. Okay, perfect. It's okay. Perfect. Now I know. Yeah, okay, I'll work here then. Oh, wait. Can I not work here? Right now? I can work part-time here. Oh, during the day. Okay, perfect. I'll do that next time then. What's available? I'll do my charm. Okay, I hope I can go to Tartarus tonight. Maybe one more night. Because I do wanna
It
see
is morning. I request that you wake up. You have successfully awakened. Mission complete.
She's so silly.
It has not triggered yet. 5 minutes early is on time. That is the phrase posted on the wall, so I woke you 5 minutes before your alarm clock engages.
Oh, I guess.
Hey, are you awake? That girl disappeared and we can't find her anywhere. Can you help us? She might have gone out on her own like she did in Yakushima.
My name is not that girl. Please address me as Aegis.
Ah.
Huh?
Aegis? When did you... I entered while he was asleep. Unlocking the door took 2 minutes.
My god, I guess.
That's unlawful entry. Didn't we tell you to stay in the command room at night?
I determined that it is ideal to be on standby in this room. Is this a problem?
What? Where is this coming from all of a sudden?
If there is a problem, I will address it promptly.
The problem? Well, it's probably against dorm regulations for one. Look, don't just stand there, tell her!
You can't stay here. You can stay here. I don't care. You can stay here.
Oh, come on. You know she's not allowed in here.
But she's an android.
Okay, look. I'll get a room set up for you on the 3rd floor so you can stay nearby. Just don't leave the dorm by yourself, okay?
I will
New
do as
alarm
commanded.
clock. Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm tired.
Same, Yukari.
All right, well, I have practice this morning, so I gotta get to school.
Everyone here goes to a place called school in the morning. I comprehend.
Oh, she doesn't go to school with me the first day? I forgot. It's been a long time. Oh. Exam results. Do I get academics or just charm for that? Okay, I just get charm. Got it. Mitsuru. Nerd. Listen. I gotta be an absolute genius if I want to date. I have to. Goodbye, Magician Link. Heck you. Oh, baby. Oh! Oh wait, art club? Wait. Wait, let me save. Wait. Do I? I'm a badass. I'm a badass. I'm a badass. I'm doing it.
Sorry, I know you probably aren't very hungry at this hour, but, I'd be happy if you'd maybe give it a taste, if that's okay.
I can do it. I believe. Oh no, chaotic mess of ingredients. It seems I have no choice but to eat it.
I used vinegar as a base for relieving fatigue, and then added a bunch of citrus. You know, just some simple, light flavors.
Fuka? Right!
I want your honest opinion, okay? How was it?
Not bad for a beginner. I think is kind. And still honest. She can take it from there, right? Right?
Really? Please, let me know if there's anything I can improve on.
Okay. No! Actually, why are you so mean in this game, Rai?
Oh no! What do I do? I'll go get some water. Wait right here.
How do you do it? How do you be mean?
I'm sorry I made you taste test my cooking. I just figured that I could count on you for an honest opinion.
You had to be honest.
Well, thank you for your time today.
Also, hey, CRT, welcome in, welcome in.
I'm going to keep at it. I should focus on making it edible first, though.
Yay! Finally.
I am thou.
Catching me on the tail end of my stream. It's going. It's been such a silly, fun time. This entire stream has just been like the silliest beach fun. We picked up Aegis. I don't know if you know the Persona story. If you do, we picked up Aegis. You say it's horrible and she'd be like, I knew it. Girl, why did you feed it to us? Yeah, it's true.
I'll see you back at the dorm.
You don't know anything about Persona. Oh, okay, it's the blonde girl. She's like also kind of the face of Persona 3. She is the quote-unquote mascot, like how Morgana and Teddy are the mascots of 4 and 5. I guess is the mascot technically for 3.
Welcome back.
I didn't see Mitsuru. I got so distracted by Fuka.
Excuse me.
Hold on. I have to get my gift. I'm sorry. I have to get my gift. I made a mistake. I forgot. After school, right? Yes, after school. I can get it even after? Even in the evening? Can I just get it from Mitsuru at school? That's what you did? You got it from her? Oh, she's not around on the campus? Oh. Oh yeah, she's usually... Oh wait, no. Is it the other hallway? Oh. Oops. Hi Bagels, how's it going? How's it going? Okay, I'm a fool. I will go back. I will simply fast forward. Puka round 2, let's go. I will fast forward.
See you.
Oopsie.
Sorry.
I will eat it. I'm gonna stick with what I said. Ah! Not another squished bear! You too, CRT? Ah. Is this just gonna be... Am I gonna need to make this a thing? Should I make this a thing on the Discord? A squimpshed bear?
Welcome back. Excuse me.
Okay, 2 weeks.
That's a negative.
2 weeks until the full moon. Well, I am flat. You're right. You're right. Oh, okay.
Excellent.
Thank goodness. Yes. So many things. 2D bear. Truly, I am flat. Mega Master Man. All stats. Wearing Akiko power band. Oh wow, I have more stuff. Defense, strength. She did give me a sonic ring, huh? Okay, I think I'll give him. I kind of want to give him defense. I can't remember. Does I guess end up being like a pretty good attack? I'll do endurance. I'll do that. And I'll give me to... What is she wearing? Fancy nails. Gives nothing. Okay.
Chill vibes. The nighttime of love is on one. Any time surprise. Yeah, I'm down. Sit back, relax to the sound that goes around, 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 around. She said, hey, feeling the fire with the burning desire. Every day we inspire, but never expires. But we gon' chill today. Let me rock the world tomorrow.
Ooh. I guess it's mostly physical? Okay, perfect. Ooh, I'm gonna make Akihiko invincible. Wait, actually, maybe I should be wearing this. CRT. Damn it. I swear. Okay, I'll leave him with agility. My headset has been way too high, but then I like listening to the music in Persona. I was gonna say, it's time to go to sleep for me. But you know, I'm gonna have an evening date with Akihiko, and then I'm gonna end stream. That's how it's gonna go. I have to. If I don't fast mode breathe, who will? Cheh. Cheh. I feel like it's mainly you who uses it, CRT. It's so silly. I almost always know it's you whenever you use it. You're right! When do Aki fans win? Right here. Yep. It's not over till it's over. We're hanging out. This is how we end the stream. The double exclamation point. Hello, senpai. I have to save again, just in case. So you're so handsome.
Yeah.
Even when I don't redeem it, it's still me asking. Looking awfully kissable. Side note, I should make it cheaper. Ah, you're right, I should make it more expensive. Should I spend the evening with Sanada and the Hihi? You know, CRT, you're right. I did make Alt Guma a lot cheaper. I did. Although it's free for Persona, since I gotta match the overlays. But Alt Guma is cheaper on streams now. That's what you wanted, cheaper, right? Right?
Yes. All right. This time let's have a nice meal as we talk about our future battles.
Yeah.
Or do you not care as long as you're the one who gets to do the fighting?
Yeah, indeed. If nothing else changes in price now.
Our future battles, huh? It's fine. Don't worry about it. First things first. Let's get some food.
Oh, are we gonna actually get to eat this time?
What's going on? Should we call somebody?
There you are, Akihiko Sanada.
Oh, these guys again.
You're the guys from before.
Turns out you're pretty famous, huh? An up-and-coming boxer, that it?
Time to pick up where we left off. Show me what you got. Kicking your ass is gonna do wonders for our rep. No way we're gonna pass this up.
Champ or not,
No one's gonna beat him.
You ain't got a chance.
Akihiko's undefeatable. But also I'm calling the police.
Well, go on then. It'd only take a second for us to beat the shit out of you.
Maybe you want to call
It's
an ambulance
mine.
instead.
Yeah, for you guys.
Beating me would do wonders for your rep. I thought this was about testing each other's strength.
You idiot. I'm just gonna have fun kicking your ass because you're full of yourself. And who the
Oh
hell cares
my
about
god.
any of that as long as you win?
Y'all are talking to a mirror.
Rule two? So, you want to go first or what?
Get back.
I'm gonna go with the fire. Where is the fire gonna start suddenly? Officer.
You shitting me? Get back here!
Nobody runs away from us.
We have a dinner to get to. I have a date to continue. No!
Running away is
I'm
easy
so
enough.
sad. Will I never get to have my vivo with Aki senpai?
Still, made for a good workout, right? That was some quick thinking, by the way. Just what I'd expect from our leader. I don't exactly like turning my back to an opponent. But it doesn't matter in the end if I can't protect the ones beside me. And being outnumbered increases our risk of injury or damaging our surroundings. What I mean is, you made the right call. I owe you one.
Tibbins, you're right.
It's addressed to me. It says it contains fruits, snacks, and beverages. Looks like it's from my parents. I'll take it to my room later.
You gonna invite me to your room? Also, let it be known, Akihiko, it feels, has got the most normal parents in all of Persona games, I swear. There sure is a lot.
Yeah. It's probably because they think I'm a growing boy and all that.
Oh, you sure are a growing boy, Aki.
But I should probably write back and thank them. I appreciate how much they care, but this is a little too generous. Want to take some of it off my hands?
Oh, there's this really silly Twitter post that Rai sent me. Tippins, I have to send it to you. It's just like, it's all of C's sitting in the lounge, and it's just like pointing at each character like about their backstory, deep backstory this, deep backstory that, and then Akihiko has both parents alive and well. something to that effect. I will send it to you.
And again, you'll hardly make a dent in this either. Good idea. Would you mind gathering everyone up?
Very intriguing. Everything is such high quality.
Mangoes!
I can tell just by looking. Your parents
Oh.
must really care about you.
This is the scene. Wait. Right, this is literally the shot. This is literally the shot. Yeah, that's true. He was an orphan. But this is it. Wait, I have to find this post so I can send it to Tippins. But yes, this is literally the post. So it's just like, wow. I was laughing when I was, yeah. I can't stop thinking about the post either.
Don't you ever have anything nice to say about me? My parents have been good to me. I obviously haven't told them about what we do here, though.
Wow! When it comes to being considerate of others, you're a heavyweight. Glad to have you in our corner, Senpai.
There he goes again. You sure look good, though. Thanks for sharing, Sonata-senpai.
Take whatever you want.
Hey, Kirija-senpai.
Really good.
What's that?
Going for that one, huh? You can tell.
You have
Oh
my
god.
That took care of most of it. I'm surprised they were so happy. I've really got to show my gratitude. To my parents and to everyone here. Well, all this talk about my parents reminded me of some things from the past. Like, why I'm here right now. I guess I feel like I remember my reason for fighting. Well, don't mind me.
Wait,
Let's just say I've got a lot of room to grow.
he says it in a scene with Shinjiro when they talk about the orphanage. When they talk about the orphanage, they both were from the orphanage. But yeah, like I think what is it? I can't remember. Oh, I'm just dumb. No, you're not dumb. Welcome back, Tuna. We're actually just about to end because we're ending on an Aki win. But like, I can't remember if these scenes are femc only. Right? Could you confirm that for me? Because these are vaguely familiar to me, but I have shoddy memory when it comes to trying to remember what I played through. I have one brain cell and it's just for Akihiko, and I spent as much time as I could with him in Portable.
The dorm's gotten so much busier. The orphanage used to be something like this too.
Wait, what scenes? I was washing dishes for Akihiko and Jollibee burgers. These hangout scenes with Junpei and Akihiko, were they also in vanilla, or was this only a portable thing?
We all lived under the same roof, just having casual
No, they're new here. Oh, okay.
I'd forgotten what it was like, but it wasn't so bad.
I feel like I've had these kinds of hangouts though during Akihiko's social link. I'll have to double check. I'll play through. I'll noom through Portable soon.
I remembered after you suggested we share with everyone.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm very curious then if we're. Yeah, because that's what I was just like, these are like, this backstory is familiar to me. So I'm very curious as to whether, how much they're gonna reveal. I mean, we're coming to a point where I have feelings. I have a feeling and I'm gonna be very sad, but you know.
Tell that to my parents. I've really got to repay you in particular, though. Or we'll
You
never be squared
can give me a smooch and we'll call it even.
away. All right, it's pretty late now. I guess we should clean up and call it a night. What? Is there something there? This is... This metal doesn't really belong to anyone.
It's
from a... Do you mind if I ask you something?
Never.
You take on the role of our leader, and you're stronger than anyone else in your own right. That's more than just being talented. Where do you get that strength from?
Of course it's thanks to the bonds I have.
Oh, I see. You mean you feel motivated because you have people in your corner? Bonds with others, huh? That might be something I'm missing. Well, whatever it is, you've clearly got something that I don't.
No.
But being jealous or trying to copy you isn't gonna help me. That strength is yours alone. I'm going to get stronger, but I'll do it my way.
I'm right here. What am I? Chopped liver?
Sorry, we were supposed to be cleaning up. I'll take care of the rest. Things got so busy that I missed out on my chance to thank you again.
Again, just give me a smooch. We're even.
The food was enough for today. I'll invite you out again some other time.
I wonder how much of... I mean, I'm gonna assume we're gonna get all his backstory then. Just, it's gonna be different. Because obviously we're playing the vanilla. You would love chopped liver. You know, you're right, actually. I could be chopped liver. I would provide great amounts of protein just for you, Aki. Aww. Wait. Okay. I gotta make sure to log out to sign off right next to Aki, and then I will be good. Huh? Staying in the same dorm as 3 super cute girls. You think so, right? Yeah, totally. Oh, we talking about dating, Juve? Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself. Oh, I love that his dialogue basically hints at what stats you need to have for each of the girls. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Courage for... So, smarts for Kirijo. Charm for Yuka-tan, and courage for Fuka. I never realized that.
I guess we'll get started.
Oh my god. Who would turn down free money? Alright. I'm not listening to class right now. He's gonna talk on and on and on about alchemy and magic. And I will have to try to stay awake. I don't need any more courage though. Do I get it? Okay, I do. I get academics for this, thank god.
Hey,
You have a minute? It's about the track team. Since you just transferred, you probably haven't heard about the Mioo Cup, right? Well, let me tell you. On August 2nd,
there's a competition. I don't remember this. Yeah, I think this is the part of the game where I don't remember too much of the events between.
We can't let him trounce us this year. Got high hopes for you, so get ready to train hard.
Again, I remember as I play, but like, honest,
to August 1st. Don't go skipping school now.
Oh,
a special training regimen in mind for you. ISA won't stand a chance. Competition's on August 2nd. Let's do this thing.
Summer break. Okay. Let's see. Fuka social rank goes up. I have to hang out with Fuka. I don't remember this either. Okay. I'm not crazy then. It's not just me.
Hi.
All right. Well, let's see what this next meal is.
I made another bento. Would you mind trying some of it? I think this one should taste better. Or at the very least, it can't be any worse than last time, right?
Cat!
Kitty cat! Aw, he's so cute! I did hear there were lots of strays around
You stand this blue-haired girl? Oh, Tuna. She's very Tuna-coded. She is the navigator. So, funny enough, did you like Futaba from 5? She is the Futaba for this game.
He's looking at the bento box. I wonder if he's hungry.
Yeah, I love blue-haired people. Tell me more.
Maybe I should give him
Blue-haired people are pog, very pog. Man. I want to eat it though. But do we feed the cat? I feel like surely she's not going to give the entire bento to the cat, right? Surely not.
Okay then.
Okay, good.
Oh wait, is there anything in here cats can't eat? Well, if it's just flavored rice, it should be okay.
I don't think animals should be eating flavored anything.
Kitty.
Or like, at least the flavors I'm imagining in rice. Who makes this cat sound?
What happened? Oh no, not again.
No, Fuka.
It does have some bitterness, I guess. I thought I struck a good nutritional balance, though.
Cats can eat rice? Okay, but flavored rice?
I
Like,
know
she's adding,
nutrition's not
like,
the
stuff to
issue
it.
here. Sorry. I can't let you eat this.
No!
I don't want to put you in the hospital.
Shouldn't eat too much. It contains too much glucose. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
No! I'll figure out what to do with this later.
No! Let me eat it! I'll eat the bento for you, Fuka.
I'm so hopeless. I just wanted to do something to help everyone outside of battle. There aren't many chances to eat homemade food when you live in the dorm. So I thought it would be nice to cook for everyone. But I'm sorry. I'll keep trying to get better, though.
We can't eat it because it'd kill it. Well, listen. So she wanted to feed the cat, and then the cat smelled it and ran away. So that's why she's like, oh no, this is gonna kill you. So,
It's
you know,
kind of hard for me to say this, considering what just happened, but I hope you'll be willing to taste test my cooking again. I don't
I'm
think I can do
always
this alone.
willing. Anything for you, baby girl.
Turn you to help? Oh, that's great! Thank you. I'm going
We
to keep
stand a
working
girl
on it.
failure.
And someday, you'll tell me you like my cooking.
Exactly. You can't let it go to waste, CRT.
I need to buy more ingredients, so I should get going. I'll see you later.
I love her. She does so much. She's trying her best.
Good evening. I'm pleased to see that you
would be dead and hard. Exactly. Exactly.
Your pills.
The more we get into these cutscenes, the more
I noticed once again that a new ally has been added to the ranks. Well, I suppose it's more of a pet than an ally.
Your peels. Your peels.
It seems what you told us of their intentions is true. How terribly lamentable.
Orange
now
peels.
We have no choice but to intervene. It is up to the individual how to use the strength they are granted.
Exactly.
But
Very
to
tasty,
erase
very
the
tasty.
Dark Hour would be denying the very power they possess. And that is the one thing we cannot permit.
Fine. Do whatever you want.
Hold up a sec. What's your
God, they look so silly standing
they
together.
asked you to come back.
You know, you're really starting to piss me off. Nosy little shit.
Yeah? Well, they're going down. You hear me? And if you're on their side, then you're going down.
They are going to a Halloween party. We have Dollar Store Jesus. We have Lolita, and we have Cyberpunk Boy. Cyberpunk Dead Boy even. Oh, sorry, chained Lolita even. Oh my god, child jump scare. I forgot you were here. Oh my god, I completely forgot about Ken. That whole freaking summer, the beach scene, the whole beach week took me out. Is he drinking coffee? Okay, I had lowered my headset, so unfortunately, CRT, that did not get me that time. No way did you say that, Rye. I'm dead. We truly are the same person. Scammed. I don't know, you can ask Ahmad to refund you. Depends on them. Depends on them. See how willing they are. But yeah, I literally forgot that he existed. I was so distracted by the entire beach scene. Okay, let me have my conversations. Oh yeah, Ken doesn't know anything yet.
Oh, hi.
He just walks up. It's just like, ooh, hello, a child.
Hello there.
Oh my gosh, so silly. It's so strange that he's just here. Yo, that's Ken written with the character for Dry. Why Dry? Oh right, he's only here for the summer. Yeah, okay. We're not gonna. I mean, he's not joining the team anyways just yet. So, I have no idea.
Yeah.
Hee? Question mark. Oh, food. Can I put food? 29. Okay, perfect. I'll put it on the 29. Refund all my failed Phasma Breath attempts. I'll be generous and say it's only 50% of them that fail.
Not bad.
Just one little kid. Oh, I'll be nice. Don't worry. Anything for you, Aki. Anyways. I'm gonna save before I forget. Text messages. The wait is over. Okay, well, now I'm gonna save because that notification was bothering me. I saved, right? Yeah, I did save. Scared me for a second. I did save! CRT, do not doubt me. I'm gonna doubt myself before anything else. Close the game before I leave it running for another 30 minutes and forget about it again. But, let me see. Okay. Perfect. I have it closed. But anyways, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Oh my god. That was... Here I was thinking, yeah, we're gonna do the summer break. We're gonna get to Tartarus. Lo and behold, 5 hours later, I only spent the summer. No! Okay, well anyways, this happens every... Oh, wait. I have a snooze. I'm gonna use that. Okay, perfect. This happened last time, where I literally had an ad break hitting when I was trying to end my stream, and I was like, well, I gotta rush this, bye! Yeah, summer break does take a while, but I'm glad I went through it. But anyways, I will try... I can't wait. I'm gonna do the grind next time. I'll miss you, Abu. I'll get to the grind next time. I probably will end up playing this again next Wednesday. Hopefully I will not be swamped with work. Thank you for highlight. Good night, light. Oh, Sagu, thank you. But yes, it's, oh my god, it was just all silly fun tonight. It'll be a grind stream next round. I will be doing much grinding through Tartarus now that I have Aegis. I'm so excited. Let me see. Who to raid? You're so kind. No. Yes, we did end on a win for Aki at least. We did. You guys are so sweet. I love you guys. Thank you. Let me see. But as usual, I have socials if you would like to keep up with any of my pinks on other things, on all that good stuff. If you don't use any of those, I have Discord too for the stream pings. This one is my own Discord this time. For anybody that is finally catching my streams again, I do have my own Discord now. It is still soft opening, but I hope that it'll be a cozy little space for everybody. Let me see. I see friends are playing. Ooh, I want to raid. Actually, I feel like it's been a really busy, what's it called? Thursday. But I think it is quite late for people. I did not notice the time. It's quite late for people. So I'm probably going to bring us to an art stream. Oh, I hope she's still... Let me see. Hold on. Doesn't sound like... Okay. Yeah. We're going to go to an art stream. Going to say hi to an Aussie Wen. Yeah, I'm ready to pass out. I didn't notice. Yeah. Good morning, Pina. Also, thank you, Wombat. Much appreciated. Yes, the time. But anybody, I am gonna raid out. We're gonna go over to Towa or Tora Fee. She is an Australian art streamer. She's a very cozy little tea dragon. She's got cute art. Very welcoming, very lovely. So we're gonna go over. Hold on. Let me set up the raid and then send my raid message because I know how to stream, right? So if you guys could stick around for the raid, I would greatly appreciate that. It's a nice way to send some love to other friends. I never get to catch any Aussie streamers as of late. It's been a bit. But I have my raid message there. If you've got subs, please use the raid emote. If you don't, please send the hearts, just so we can send a bit of love. Other than that, I will be back streaming tomorrow. I'll do a bit of chatting and figure out whether or not I want to do Monster Hunter or if I want to do Grand Blue. We'll see what kind of progress I make there. But I will be streaming on my own channel around noon PST. And then after that, I'm going to be over on Losts in the evening playing some Back 4 Blood. He invited me to play some game with pals. So I will catch you guys tomorrow. Grand Blue, you say? I have not finished the story. I'm only on like chapter 6 or 7. So I got a bit to catch up on. But until then, I will catch you. Yes, Sandophon. Sandophon. Other than that, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I hope you have a good morning, afternoon, or evening wherever you are. Please take it easy. Please send lots of love, and yeah. Bye-bye.